Welcome, welcome, welcome. Greetings, beautiful people, and welcome to another episode of Watch World. TGIF. We've made it to Friday. I hope all is well. Miss Cheryl, B. Charming, Pat Evans. It's good to see y'all. I hope all is well. John Dunning. Always a pleasure to see you, sir. Mary Freeland, good to see you. Anthony Crouch, Blue Butterfly. It's good to see y'all. Welcome to another episode of Watch World. Show about everything and nothing and everything in between. You just never know what you might get. It was nice weather here today. I think we broke another record. Yesterday we broke a heat record. Today we broke one, I think. And tomorrow they say we're on track to break another one tomorrow. So we shall see. I think next week is supposed to drop down a little bit, about average temperatures. But yeah, we had about 1 week of spring and it just jumped straight into summer. And still no rain. We're on day 17 of no April showers. I think I'm going to have to call the governor. We'll have to get the rainmaker down here. Pat Evans, good to see you. Always a pleasure. Bella Vanilla, good evening. I hope all is well. Yeah, I think we're projected to be in the 90s again tomorrow. And then we drop down a little bit. I think it shows us getting back down into the 80s, the 70s and the 80s, which will be a little bit nicer. Still no rain here, Pat. I think Sunday, they say Sunday's going to be our best chance here, but it's only like 30 something percent as of right now. So we shall see. Terry King, good evening. Good to see you. I hope all is well. Yeah, I think tomorrow they said we could get up to like 94 or 95. So that'll be interesting. Which in the morning it won't be too bad. It won't start getting too bad until after lunch. I'll do all my ripping and running in the morning, get everything out the way. I don't know, John. Something's on the way. Something's on the way or something's not on the way. And that's the weird thing, is I haven't noticed any trails. Um it seemed like they were hitting us pretty hard those the 2 weeks leading up to Masters Week. Um, the Masters Week didn't see nothing, and this week I don't think I've seen anything. I'm not saying there hasn't been any, I just haven't noticed it. Usually there's something. Yeah, it's like they just migrated all the rain out of the south. Got to gear up for El Nino. Got to give El Nino some power. Super El Nino. Whatever that means, you know? Prepper 101, good to see you. I hope all is well. Yeah, got to get ready for Super El Nino. Yeah, I hadn't noticed any here, Mary, in a couple weeks. This week or last week. Guess they're gonna save up for hurricane season. Save what little bit of juice they got till then. Let's see here. Let's see what happens when I press this button. Jerry, good to see you, Jerry. I hope all is well. Another thunderstorm. Shoot. Hopefully you got a little rain with it. We ain't had a thunder. We ain't had a lightning. Oh, man. Moderate. Yeah. It's a pretty good day at work today. Got a lot of loose ends buttoned up. Got some stuff closed out. Next week, I think we got two new houses to start wiring up. They're ready to go. Got my weekly Friday tacos, so feel pretty good right about now. Feel like the week was complete. Yeah, I saw something about that, Cheryl. I saw something on the local news. I think it was last night. They was they were talking about sending some a disaster relief team from out of South Carolina. There was a team from, I think, South Carolina and a team from Georgia. They were going to partner up, and I think they were headed out to Hawaii. Um, I didn't read all the way into it, but yeah, I think they've been getting some pretty bad storms, flooding in certain parts. I don't know about any other parts of the country, but I did see a news article yesterday about that. I'm not exactly sure what part of what part of Hawaii or which island. It may be multiple islands that are being affected. I'm not exactly sure. Definitely keep them in the prayers. The river near me is about 6 foot above normal. Huh. I don't know what the current volume of the Savannah River is. I know when I rode down past it this evening, you could tell it was low. Um, I'm not exactly sure how much, but yeah, not getting no rain in about a month has definitely affected it. Shoot, it might have. I think it's been, yeah, at least a month since we've got rain. Because I don't think we got but like one day of rain in March. I think it rained that one Monday, the third Monday of March. It rained pretty much that whole Monday, and it hadn't rained since then. Mother Freedom, good evening. Good to see you. Hmm. Wisconsin, okay. Ken, good to see you. Shoot, if I'd have took me a good nap today, I might not be here right now. I'd still be napping. I almost slipped into a taco coma. I had to snap out of it. I was almost there. I was heading into the bright light. It's a close one. Yeah, I know, right? I know, John. Everything I got going on and growing is doing well. It's doing about where it's supposed to do, about at the level I need it at. I got like backup arrangements and other things for water if we don't get rain. But I know the some of the local orchards and stuff. I know they have ways to water, but something like peaches and stuff like that that require a bunch of water, it's definitely taking a toll on them for sure. That and with the snowpocalypse we got back in February or whenever it was, I done lost track now, but we'll see what something like that did on the local orchards over the next couple months when they start harvest. Well, you have a good night, B. I appreciate you being here. It's tough being the queen bee, but somebody's got to do it, you know? It must be done. I saw I don't remember where it was at. It might have been somewhere here on Georgia. It was a truck that was allegedly carrying, man, I can't remember how many bees it was. I don't know if it said over 100,000 or if it was over 1 million bees. I don't know. 1 million bees seems like too many. It might have been over 100,000. But anyway, um, this truck was carrying these bees, and allegedly it had some type of wreck or something happened. And between the wreck and the destruction of the fire, I don't think any of the bees survived. What few did get loose, I think they got completely loose. But yeah, I need to dig a little bit deeper into that story. I think it was somewhere here on Georgia. 10 for Ken. Yeah, go spend some time with the grandkids. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, hopefully it wasn't nefarious, but who knows? It could have been purely accidental, but I don't know. It seemed kind of fishy. Like I said, I can't remember if it was they said 100,000 or 1 million. I don't know. 1 million just seems like a lot of bees. Where they were coming from and where they were headed, I'm not exactly sure. Devil Dog, good evening, sir. Yeah, that's all we need. Just wipe out another 100,000, couple 100,000 bees, you know. It definitely seems like a great idea, a wonderful idea, you know. Why not? That I'm not sure of. I don't know if they were like killer bees or uh, honeybee. I should have saved the article. It was one of those news flashes that came across this afternoon, and I said, well, I'll get back to it, you know. And that I'm not sure of either. Some sort of transport. I don't think they were killer bees, but who knows? It was last year sometime that this area made national news when they found what do they call them? The super. super radioactive hornets. They found like a whole nest allegedly of radioactive hornets. And they said they neutralized and got rid of all of them, but I'm like, yeah, okay. How sure? How 100% sure can you possibly be on that? Mm, I don't know about a tick problem. Uh, I was out and about working the other day, and anytime I go in certain areas, I always check myself, make sure there's nothing on me, nothing's got on me, and was doing something. I came around the house and was through some brush, and before I got ready to go in, I checking my pants and my socks, and I found one crawling on my pants. But can't really say I've seen it to be a problem. Uh, it's gotten pretty warm here in the last couple weeks, so all those type of things like that, they've been woken up. They're out, they're about. Oh, no doubt. It's like 99% shock value and like 1% truth, you know. If there is that one, even if there is that 1% truth, the majority of it's just the shock value alone. Okay. The B incident was on Interstate 40 in Knoxville, Tennessee, per MSN. Okay. Okay, it wasn't Georgia. Damn, I'm trying to put stuff on this that didn't even happen. Oh, no doubt John done it. Even if they didn't come out, like the gatekeeper and different entities like that, even if they didn't come out and say that they allegedly did things, I mean, my mind is pretty good enough imagination. I could think it would go there from the what was it? It was the modified mosquitoes, then the ticks, and I think they did something with the ladybugs, and they was going to try something with the housefly, and a little bit of this and a little bit of that. It's like that one island up there off the coast of Connecticut where they did those allegedly those type of experiments and things. What was it, Plum Island? I think that was the name of it, Plum Island. Uh, I'm pretty sure it's still in existence and operational to some degree. But yeah. Then oh no, I did see a news flash. Something I should have saved it as well, but it might have been some BS. They were talking about some incident or something near Connecticut or something dealing with some ticks, and I'm like, sounds real suspicious. You got the island so many miles right off the coast, and now y'all got an incident in Connecticut. When has there ever been a news flash incident in Connecticut? You just don't hear about nothing happening there. I guess things happen, but so the last time we heard about Connecticut, it was like the haunting. They were getting haunted in Connecticut. Now they got the man-eating ticks. 1 million bees. Wow. Man, that's something else. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was 100K or a million. I know either way it was like a ridiculous number. I mean, even dealing with something as small as a bee, I don't know how many bees make up an average colony the average honeybee. I'm not sure how many bees would make up a colony. I guess you have X amount of bees per queen bee, however that goes. Average hive number is 22,000. Oh damn. Yeah, you take a million divided by 20,000. Yeah, that's pretty much a rough estimate on how many colonies that would have been. That's nice, Terry. Do you get any honey? Do you get any honey from your bees? No, that'd be always be an added bonus. I don't know if it's pretty sure it's I mean it's always kind of been a thing in my area, but it seems like I'm noticing more people just getting into it. I don't know if they're just getting into it or maybe I just noticed it. Who knows? I've noticed quite a few people doing different things like that. We did a job for a customer, man. I forget how many colonies or hives he has out there on his property. A bunch of them, and he gets a bunch of honey and stuff out of them. However that goes. Um, as I know, you can harvest some every so many times or however many times you can do it, but you always leave a little bit, especially like in the winter and stuff like that, so they have something to feed on. But yeah, that'd be some good stuff. Just make your own honey. Nice. There you go. Yeah, none of your dang beeswax, you know? Why are you asking me these questions? None of your beeswax. Instead, yeah. Oh, no doubt. Yeah, um, I was riding back from a job this afternoon and took a road that I didn't normally take just for the simple fact I knew it was almost rush hour traffic and I knew this road wouldn't be that busy. Um, And yeah, I got around the curve and came around, and I was completely blown away because in that whole curve, I mean, for as long as I can remember, it was just nothing but one big old piece of land and forest. And I think like one guy owned all that property, and I don't know if something happened, he sold it, but about half of that whole forest was just completely wiped out. It looks like they're about to build apartments or something in there. I don't think it was a neighborhood. It looked like they were setting it up for apartment buildings. And I said, damn, that was a ton of trees they hauled out of there. Very rare instances they have sister queens. Huh, interesting. Interesting stuff. A sister queen. How about that? Yes, I get my honey locally from a couple different sources, and they're all good stuff. I love them, but they all got like each one's got its own little taste to it. You know, it's all good stuff. It's all local honey, but each one's got its own particular flavor composition, I guess. Especially the one uh, I get from these people. They got like a huge strawberry, blueberry, um, patches and stuff like that. Theirs definitely has a specific taste. I don't know if it's the bees and the blueberries or the bees and the strawberries or what it may be, but it's some good stuff. There you get it by the gallon. There you go. Yeah, they're definitely somebody's definitely got some money. Somebody's definitely spending some money because yeah, they're chopping up some trees. I mean, they're developing places that man, it's just been like that forever. Like, man, I really don't see the need for it, but I don't know. I guess they got a plan, whatever it may be. Seems like total chaos right now. Favorite flavor is by far, how do you say that? Hyacinth, hyacinth honey. Probably butchered that pronunciation, but persimmon honey. I do love persimmons. There we go. I got it right. Hyacinth. Yeah, I noticed that the outdoor market last Saturday. There's been a couple that shoot they've been set up there for several years that I can remember selling honey, but I didn't sample or try any. But they had about I don't know at least a couple dozen. I didn't count them all, but it was a couple dozen. I don't know if it was like infused honeys, but it was like honeys with like different flavors and stuff in it. You know, heck, I can't even remember them all. I'll probably go check them out tomorrow and see what's up, how they go about the process. Maybe something just as infused with like a, what do they call it? An essential oil or something like that. Yeah, yeah, that's same here. There's certain things that bloom beautifully in early spring, fragrant, beautiful. Um, but yeah, about mid-spring, definitely by summer, those blooms kind of faded away. It's just a plant at that point. I guess it gets so hot, or they've ran their cycle into the following season. I know the magnolia trees, the mighty magnolias, they're all starting to bloom around here. I guess that's like the last, um, I don't know, I guess like the last tree or last thing like that around here. Once it goes into full bloom, then it's on. Everything else better catch up. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I would prefer a natural organic fusion, however that may happen from the flower to the bee versus the oil. Yeah, at that point, even if it was like a locally derived oil or whatever, even if that person was making it themselves. Oh yeah, the honeysuckle. Yeah, the honeysuckle is going nuts. We've got two main varieties of honeysuckle in the area. One of them is is a local variety. I think it's called the coral honeysuckle, and it creates beautiful flowers, beautiful vines. But it's the Japanese honeysuckle, which is not native to here, of course. But that's the one that has the real fragrant smell to it. You know, when you think of honeysuckle, that's the smell. You know, that's the one that puts off the smell, which is kind of odd. You would think that they would all put off that real uh, pungent, fragrant honeysuckle aroma, but yeah, I believe it's the Japanese or the crimson honeysuckle that gives off that fragrant smell. Drone bees for data centers. Hey, that could be. You know, you could be ahead of the curve, my friend. Well, if they still got some, get me a serving. You know, pick me up a serving or two. I'll take two to go. I will take two to go. Oh yeah, just that. You know, if you never smelled a honeysuckle vine, you know, you just don't know what you missed out on. Got to experience that at least one time. Oh, no doubt. Real, authentic honey. Yeah, I keep a pretty good stock. I use a good bit of it myself, but yeah, I don't have no problem. I'll use it up, switch to a different batch. Shoot, Money might be in a steak coma. She might have did the porterhouse challenge. You know, it's Friday. You never know. They still do the porterhouse challenges at the VFW on Friday. I have an Amish friend that gifts with really cool, totally new plants. Oh, that's what's up. I don't think I probably have at some point, but um, to acknowledge it directly, I don't think I've ever met any Amish here in my area. And I've mentioned it before, and I'll probably mention it again. But oh well, that's just the kind of thing that may or may not happen here. You know, it's like mental deja vu. But here in my area, we have, I guess you could say they're like the cousins. They're the cousins to the Amish. The Mennonites. They live very similar to the Amish in some ways, but they're also very different in a lot of ways. Now that they farm, they cultivate, they do stuff by the land. They dress real simple. The women they always have on long dresses. Their hair, uh, e- even if they have long hair, it's never out or in a ponytail. It's always wrapped up in this little um, I don't know what you call that cap they wear, like a bonnet or something, you know. But they do have cars, they do have power, stuff like that. They do have a lot of the modern amenities, but um, they still cultivate, farm, and do stuff like that, very similar to the Amish. Oh, no doubt. Yeah, do that with as many fruit trees as you can. Yeah, no doubt. Grow as many fruit trees as you possibly can. Drone bees are kicked out of the hive every fall unless in the winter. First bee born in spring is bred emerging queens. Huh. The life and times of a bee. I think they made that into a movie once. I think it was like a Disney Pixar movie, Bees. or the bee or bees or life of the bee. Yo, yeah. Mm, hopefully that turns out good, Pat. Mm, I love some good oranges or citrus. Let's see here. Uh-oh. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. We could possibly be at DEF CON 3.
Hey, what? Hey,
How long
everybody.
were you back there?
Just not very long. I just
Okay.
got here.
Because I was like in the zone and I just kind of looked down. I was like, 3 hours later.
Well, we have a family reunion tomorrow, and I've been trying to get everything done. My hair's up in a towel. It's a good thing y'all can't see me.
Oh, you can't say that and not show us. You know what I mean? It's Friday night. You got to let your hair down. Shoot, yeah. Well, that sounds like a fun day. Family reunion, huh?
Yep.
What all y'all got planned? I know there's going to be some good food involved.
Oh, yeah. We gotta take a side dish and a door prize, and
Heck yeah. Prizes?
yep.
Shoot. Man, I'm going to have to get out there. See how long it takes me to get there. I'll bring a prize.
Yeah. Always good food with a bunch of country people.
Oh, no doubt. What you bringing? What you making?
I haven't decided. It's
Oh,
like
man. Come
I
on,
thought
money.
of beans cooked, but that's not that's not good enough. It's got to be something
What's,
amazing.
would you say is not good enough?
Pot of beans.
Oh, beans is always good, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't discredit the beans.
No.
You know, you always do something. I don't know. You know what your folks like.
Yeah. That's I don't know if y'all could hear me last night. I was sorting beans whenever I was up here.
Man, you was literally counting beans. I thought you was just joking. Man, it was literally a bean counter. Yeah, some good
Prize,
stuff.
Anthony, but there's probably going to be some pies too.
Oh, I wouldn't. I would hope so. I would hope there would be a plethora of pies. Mm,
I'm sure.
heck yeah.
So, okay, first, I heard y'all talking about honeysuckles, and I have been looking everywhere for honeysuckles.
Can't
So,
find them.
Japanese honeysuckle is what I need to look for that smells so amazing.
I would definitely fact check me. I would always encourage anybody to fact check anything that I say. Um, there may be um, different varieties that have a smell, but as far as here in my area, um, but yeah, I would definitely fact check me. But I'm pretty confident. Yes, it's the I think they call it the Japanese or the crimson honeysuckle because it has kind of like a it's not like solid white. It has like a little bit of like orange or like crimson to it.
Okay.
Um, you'll definitely know it when you see it, and of course, if you know what a honeysuckle smells like, I mean, you'll find it.
I love that smell. And Vicky, that's a good idea. Baked beans.
There you go. Bake them away. Put some meat in there. Dude.
Yeah, I top mine with onions and tomatoes before I bake them. I
I
don't know if
always,
anybody else does that.
oh shit, everybody's got a way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then I heard you talking about the insects. So it's kind of weird that that came up because I was watching a video today from Forgotten History channel, and
Hmm.
they were talking about how they were And I think it was Mary had it right. It was Plum Island, how they were lab testing uh, these insects to carry diseases. I think it was in the 1930s, like way back there. Never even heard about it until Gates. But um, so yeah, it was stuff like that for the Bay of Pigs. Um, when JFK was president, they were trying to use all kinds of stuff.
I don't know
The,
how long you've been here at the beginning of the stream. It was actually a was a today in history factoid that today, April 17th, 1961, the Bay of Pigs invasion began.
yes, yes, I was looking at your. I didn't grab any of the links, but
Always, there's so many. Every day there's a today in history. There's an, and each state. If you look it up, like today in Texas history, or today in Wisconsin history, or today in Georgia history, there's always a thing for it. So I don't
yes,
know. I figured it might be kind of easier today as I go live, just for whatever that day. Just the top ones, drop it in chat, drop a Georgia one, and boom. For the readers, they will read. For the non-readers, they whatever they do. I don't know what they do, Bunny.
well, I usually read it, but I've been a
Well, at
little
least
bit.
one of my links will usually have a video, so that's good. If you're a non-reader and you can hear and see, you're in there. Camo, good to see you, sir. Hopefully, y'all clear the storms. Everybody's getting a little storm except for me, Bunny. You know what I mean? What's up with that? What's
I
going
don't
on? Day
what
17. Q confirmed. No rain. Watch the water. They tried to tell us.
it's hitting us tonight. I think our high tomorrow is 65.
Man,
And
y'all are just all over the place.
yeah, and it's supposed to be raining and thunderstorms through Thursday.
We'll probably get that next week. I don't even want to check it.
Well, hopefully my son-in-law is getting my barrel tomorrow. And then I
There
have
you go.
the galvanized thing.
I know you probably thought of different ideas, but if you get it set up where you want to do it, you could have it set it on, or build some type of little platform to elevate it, and then you could get your son-in-law or get somebody to put you a little spigot on the bottom.
Yes.
So that way, as it fills up, you could just set you a little bucket under it, turn that spigot on, fill it up, take it where you got to go. Or
Yeah.
hose wise, you could eventually get you a hose and maybe a little pump on there and pump it where you wanted to go.
Yeah.
But
That's what I'm hoping to do.
yeah, different little things like that. Yeah, in the long run, I think it'll definitely help you out. Easier to manage.
Yeah.
Here in Farm America, less than an inch in a week. Shoot, I don't know what our deficit is. I know it's a no ban here and across the river in Carolina.
And but with all the rain we've been having, um, I guess West Texas and the Panhandle haven't been. They're under high fire risk. And I saw that the Panhandle has a possibility of frost. And I was
Oh
like,
damn,
what?
yeah,
We need
Texas is
frost.
fragmented. Yeah, that's crazy. Frost in the middle of April in Texas. I know there's different elevations, big state, but yeah, shoot. After snowpocalypse, that was it. I figured that would probably be it. Usually, once we get that once a year, once a day punch, that's about it.
Yeah, I don't know. It is crazy. Hey, Carl.
Man, must be cold up there. He said his chat froze. Mm.
That happened last night to all of us.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah, there was like a 20-minute void of time, you know. I really don't even know if that happened. I think we got twilight zoned. And you know, once we all realized it and acknowledged it, we snapped out of it.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
It was weird.
Yeah, I think it lasted for like, yeah, exactly 20 minutes. Something like that. Might have been, I don't know.
Hope everybody's doing okay. Dozing.
I'm back. They just sent me a notification. The Braves won. Yeah, they beat the heck out of Philly, 9-0.
Dang.
That's good. Got to win them games, divisional games.
Yeah.
They still got a lot of baseball. They'll be playing till October. You know what I mean? You can't really get too excited about this time of year. They still got about 150 more games to go. However many it is, you know. They play it pretty much all year.
Yeah.
It was
You
kind
know,
of windy here today, which was it was nice at some points, but in some areas it was just like a dust bucket. You know, it's like man, it's like somebody out there blowing their driveway with just nothing but dust. You know, why is this happening?
let me fix that.
I'm waiting for them to say there's going to be a water ban.
You know, I've seen that. I've been.
Told my coworker that he thought I was joking, but I was like, yeah, I mean, I don't know how many times it's happened, but I remember it happening here before. And one summer, man, it was just so dry. I'm like, man, it was brutal that summer. Probably about, oh, that's about 15 years ago now.
Good deal, Carl.
Shoot, be cruising USA in no time.
I'll believe it when I see it.
That's like I was watching this video. You know, the former basketball player Shaq.
Yes.
You know, I mean, he's tall. You know, I mean, that's everything he does. It's got to be custom. You know, clothes and vehicles. But it was some truck. I don't know what kind of truck it was, but I mean, it was a pretty sharp looking truck, and it showed him some new truck he had customized for him. And I said, man,
Mhm.
that's crazy. Most vehicles that I get in, I wish that there was like more room. Like I wish the seat could slide back maybe like a couple more clicks, you know. Uh,
Yes.
but shoot, getting in something behind him, shoot, I don't even know if it would go up far enough.
But that's what Chuck was always saying. And then whenever we met up with them, I didn't watch, but somehow he crawled out of that little car they were in. I mean, compared to his size, it was a little car.
Yeah, some of them cars is tough, man. I just like, you know, then being so tall and used to always driving a truck, you sit in a car like that, it just feels like you're sitting on the ground. You know, it just feels weird.
Yep. Even for me, it feels like you're sitting on the ground. Mary, those steps led up to a A-frame home, but I liked the way it looked. I take pictures of weird things, rock formations that just stand out to me, steps. Oh no. We were having fun feeding the ducks and let a turtle go. My granddaughter, she was a little sad. She's had this turtle for quite a while. But Mama got tired of cleaning out the tank, so Turtle had to go home with other friends. I don't like the A-frames. It's um, if it's on top of the house, maybe, but there's just not enough room in them. They're already, oh, they're framing my room.
Who got framed?
My room that my workroom.
Okay, nobody. Okay, good.
You can see the little deck that's going to be outside of it. It's just enough
Oh,
room for like a, I don't know, barbecue pit or something like that.
oh hell yeah! Watching Georgia and Arkansas baseball, 5-3. Georgia lead in the top of the eight. Go dogs, sick 'em. Ain't nothing but the dogs, baby. Hell
Major
yeah!
night.
You know what? I needed that little bit of spark. You know what I mean? Appreciate you sharing that, James. Let's hold that 5-3 lead, boys. Let's put them out their misery. Yeah, all the teams are getting ready to make, I guess, their final push for the College World Series tournament or whatever it's classified as now.
It's really weird what they hold for review and chat now.
What got held for review this time?
MTHR.
I don't even see that. Where's that at?
Carl was just saying hello to Mother Freedom.
Oh no, you can't say yeah, you can't say that no more. Ooh, we just had to forget that didn't happen, man. Ooh, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it is odd, like I guess they'll figure it out one of these days.
Well,
Capitalism at its best. Yeah. It's like a half a square. You know, two of them, you're a dollar.
I guess.
Who knows?
So we can't swear in chat?
I don't care.
No, I'm just wondering what YouTube will allow.
I guess just start typing in like random words, see what it allows, see what it won't. Like when you get a new phone and you gotta sync it up and set it up for your voice, and you just start saying weird stuff and seeing if it can comprehend.
Oh, that's right. Carl's special.
Oh yeah. You
Hmm.
seen the feature on there now where like if somebody comments to something that's on your page, you can leave a comment with like a voice reply instead of type text.
Yeah.
I said, man, oh no, I thought that was kind of interesting.
I don't use any of the voice. Even when I make a phone call and they give you a choice to use voice or the pad, I use the pad. Because they can't understand me.
Yeah, I always tell them I want to do sign language. They usually get to
AI,
somebody pretty quick.
yep. AI doesn't like accents or something. Doesn't like.
Oh no. Sometimes I try to hit them with an accent weirder than theirs and just see what happens. I'll see how far it'll go. Some of them try to play real calm, but eventually they start getting mad. They feel like they're the ones getting scammed. And like, yep, gotcha, sucker. You can't even slam the phone down like in the old days. Now you just you press a screen. You can't even get that slam effect sound. They should have that as a feature on your phone. You know, if you want to hang up on somebody, boom, you hit the button and they'll hear that sound.
What is that?
Oh, somebody would pay extra for that feature. I promise you they would. They'll pay that $7.99 a month.
I don't know. And I keep saying, speak to a representative.
Oh yeah, you can't even say that no more. That just makes it worse. They done got hip to that. I used to say that same thing. No, that just makes it worse. They know that you want to speak to somebody directly, so yeah. Then now, if you say that too many times, I've had it to where to just hang up on you. They'll be like, doo, 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 doo. Like the program just got deleted. Try to call back, the number don't even exist. Like, damn,
Yeah.
just trying to pay a power bill. What do y'all got going on?
Well, I kind of lost one of my cards. So do something.
It happened. Definitely had a few myself. Some of them I lost, and some of them I thought I lost, and then as I'm in the process of getting a new one, boom, I done found this one. I was like, oh well, now.
I know, and I know it, it's around here somewhere. But
But now I think a lot of them have the feature where you don't necessarily have to cancel it and do that whole process. You can just like lock it or turn it off. Where you can't use it or nobody can use it. Then let's just say you find it, boom, then you unlock it or turn it on. Then you don't have to go through that whole process. But I mean, that's only if you find it.
yeah,
If you don't find it, then you still have to do that process regardless. But I think they did that to prevent. I'm pretty sure there was a lot of people that thought they lost the card or whatever and ended up finding it right away.
well, and that's the kids are. I don't know. They just act like those cards. They're they're just not real conscious of where they're laying them. And even one time, my daughter, she went into Dollar General with my card. We get home and she says, "Oh no, go back. I forgot
Hmm.
your card." And I'm like, "You what?" And so
Oh
she
man,
comes
she
out
left yours.
and do what?
She left your card.
Yes.
Dang.
Yeah. That's how it usually happens is somebody else gets a hold of it and forgets it or does something. Never know.
Never know.
And but she couldn't find it, and the clerk was helping her look all over the place. They went everywhere that she had been in the store, and thankfully people know us, and they called and or I think they put it on Facebook. Well, I had put it on Facebook. If anyone sees my card, let me know. And sure enough, a lady said, "I found your card. It's at the counter at Dollar General. And they had it in the safe when I went up there to pick it up.
Nice. Yeah. Sometimes you get lucky like that. Sometimes people turn stuff in.
Yeah. Most people are honest and good. There's always got to be that one.
I knew some sign language letters and some symbols, but never enough practice, discipline, or knowledge to be able to have a complete conversation with someone. But that would be useful,
Yes.
not just necessarily for speaking to someone that was deaf, just maybe, in a certain situation where you had to communicate with someone and you couldn't speak or you couldn't use words, whatever that scenario may be.
Trying to be real quiet. I bought
Yeah.
a sign language book just because of that, just to um, teach my granddaughter. And actually, I don't know where it is right now, but once I find it, we'll get back to it. And
Yeah.
so it's really thick. You can learn the alphabet, or you can learn just different words, and so that's what I'm starting her with, is just the words, like, yep, just the words. So she'll know when I do
Nice.
something, because man, she is a chatterbox.
Oh, nice, man.
Yeah, blue.
Yeah, yeah, especially if you had somebody that you needed to uh, communicate to directly like that. Yeah.
Yeah, French. I don't I don't know any other foreign languages. Well, my granddaughter's learning numbers in Spanish, and
Granddaughter?
yes, so I can count in Spanish, and she was like, "Where'd you learn that?" And I said, "I don't know. I just picked it up." When you work in a convenience store in Texas, close to the border, it's a good thing to know.
I used to count up pretty high. I mean, I probably could if I really thought about it.
Yeah.
I know the basics. I definitely never forget how to get to 10. I could get to 10, then it starts, I start to have to remember stuff. But
And then you just add a say on the end of it.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Once you get to like the 20 to 30, yeah, it's just uh, a doce uno or uh,
Yes.
doce tres, or however they say it. Then you go into the 30s and the 40s and 50s.
Yeah.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve, 10. 11, I
20s, 20.
forgot what a 12 was. Was once, 15,
12, 12. Uno, dos,
can't
tres,
remember.
cuatro,
I
cinco,
think it might
seis,
have been
siete.
quince, 30.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to remember it pretty good when I took Spanish in middle school and high school. And then main thing, you just being around certain people and hearing them speak and just seeing the particular reference and the usage of that time, or knowing some, and especially some words and to English to Spanish, they kind of look the same. It just may add a or a o on the end for masculine or feminine, but yeah, some
Right.
of the words are easily I mean, you could look at it and see what the American version would be. then to put it in a sentence may be a little bit different. Understanding the reference or the structure behind it, but yeah,
Right. And I don't know. I guess, well, yeah, I guess I could see it. Like amigo and amiga.
like what is it? What's that one phrase?
No.
What is it? How do you say? What do you say? ¿Cómo se dice? ¿Cómo se dice en español? Uh, I used to work with these guys, these four guys, and they were Hispanic. And sometimes we get off work, we'd play cards or shoot, we fire up the barbecue, and we just, they'd be talking and they say certain stuff, and then I just ask them, I say, how do you say this in Spanish? Different things.
Yeah.
Being around different people, you kind of pick it up. Hearing it, hearing it is definitely a good way to learn it.
Yeah. Well, I get made fun of the way I say some words. Like caliente, I thought I was saying it right, but I was told they were laughing.
Yeah, you can't deliver a bad caliente. You know what I mean?
I don't
You don't want
know.
to be mucho frio on the caliente. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Cut it down to the basics.
Yeah.
I think people from Alabama do that too. So I've heard. I have heard these things. Man, y'all got the big family reunion tomorrow. That'll be fun.
Yeah. Get to see a lot of people I haven't seen. And
You know, a game we used to play when we did stuff like that. What I don't see a lot of people play anymore is horseshoes. Remember horseshoes?
yes.
Man,
I actually just got some washers to play washers.
what is that?
You've never played washers?
Not to my knowledge. Maybe I didn't know it.
Oh, wow. Well, we have tournaments and everything here. It's you get metal pipe. I can't remember how far apart they are. There's
Yeah.
two of them in the ground, and then you toss these washers and try and get them inside that metal pipe that's just barely bigger than the washer.
Oh, okay. So it's like horseshoes, but just with like a ring washer.
Yeah, but there's no pole sticking up to latch onto. It's just
Yeah, I don't know if
never
I'm
heard
familiar
of
with that
washers.
one. I have to look it up. I might have seen it before. I'm not sure.
Hmm. I'll be darned. I
Yeah, this
wonder.
might be a Texas thing. You know what I mean?
I wonder.
Yeah,
Oh,
we ain't hip to the washers unless it's got some clothes in it.
there's gonna be it any events, the rodeos everywhere that they're always having tournaments.
If you can, you got to post a video of the washers.
I
The
guess
world
so.
needs to know what the washers are. Cheryl doesn't even know what they are. You know what I
Well,
mean?
apparently, the place where I ordered the washers from doesn't know what it is either. I mean, they did the washers right, but the they sent this big old round tub, and I was like, "What is this?" that's
Hmm.
that's a cheating tub. You can't. No, so I'm gonna have to go get some pipe cut, and it's got to be the real thing.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. I've never seen that game.
Hmm.
That specific. I seem like I would have remembered it.
What is this? April? Well, the Wildflower Festival.
When is that?
It's tomorrow. I'll see if they're playing washers at that. Maybe.
Oh, it's a whole epidemic of washers. Man, we got a wildflower or something. I don't think it's this weekend. I gotta check it. I think it's next weekend. We got this place here. It's called Back to Nature. They have a lot of different events. It's more than like a nursery and a greenhouse. I mean, they have like a kitchen there. You can get food there. They have like events during the day. They have like events at night. You know,
Oh,
um,
cool.
I never been to it, but they have like I don't even know how to describe it really, like an enchanted forest. Um,
Oh, that's
they
neat
they have all the trees and stuff lit up, and
with the
uh,
lights. Yeah,
some of the people, like the women or whatever, that have like the fairy costume. They go all out for that type of thing. It's the
cool.
whole enchanted forest experience. But yeah, it's called Back to Nature. They do a lot of different things. You can buy plants there, trees there, but yeah, they offer a lot of different experiences. Or they have like an outdoor little area where they have like live music or different like live exhibits sometimes.
All right, let me see if I can find a video.
You gotta find the video, Bunny. You sparked our curiosity.
Yeah,
I thought at least one person would have heard of this game. Pat say she ain't even vouching for it. It's the
wait,
only
what?
one. I don't even think Pat knows about it. You know what I mean?
Oh my goodness.
No, it sounds nice, but I don't know. I can't even think of a game here similar that I would have been called something different.
um, that cornhole thing could possibly
I don't know.
be close, but it's not even close, really.
The only thing I could think of when you first said washers, but it ain't. I know it's not that game. And I don't even know if it's a real game. I've seen certain people have it. They'll have like a little hook screwed on the wall, and there's a string hanging from the ceiling with like a washer on it. And the objective is to try to swing that washer and hook it on that hook that's hanging on the wall. Um, I don't think that's like an official game. I've just seen people have it in their pool room or something or whatever.
Yeah.
But no, that's definitely not what you're talking about. Yeah, sounds like tiddlywinks with a metal pipe. Yeah, good one, Cheryl. That's exactly what I was thinking. There's some tiddlywinks involved in there.
See, and I don't even know what tiddlywinks is.
No, it's just, same, but not really.
Okay, I'll mute it. I don't
You got a
even know.
video to share?
Yeah, let me
Sweet.
grab it.
Oh, I wasn't even prepared. Hold on. We got to shift
No,
up the whole atmosphere.
no, wait. It's gonna take me a minute. I'll let you know.
Nah, I just got to get it rolling. Could be breaking news, breaking news. Here we go. We got all type of things going. Evening, sir. Welcome back to Watts World.
Good evening. I hope everybody's doing well.
Doing well, doing well.
Good, good.
The tribe. The panel verses have collided. This is I, the one, the only. Good to see you. I hope all is well. Moonchild, good to see you as always. What's on your mind? What's on your heart? What you seeing? What's going on?
I have no idea right now at the moment. But what I do know is I heard you talking about Plum Island and everything. And
See, I knew this would happen. I see these things happening before they happen, Michael. You
I'm
know?
sure. Yeah,
Hi,
there's
Michael.
nothing that happens by accident.
Oh no.
But if I'm not mistaken, Plum Island was actually off the coast of Long Island, New York.
It's
Of course. The
I,
Golden
I,
Isles.
or Maine.
Yeah. But actually, if I'm not mistaken, Plum Island started with Operation Paperclip. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Nazi scientists that they pardoned.
Oh, I'm
That
sure that brush definitely stroked it at some point, if it not the entire picture for sure.
well, definitely. I mean, you think about NASA. Warner von Braun was a Nazi scientist because Germany at the time during World War II was uh, the world's leading in rocket technology. So they grabbed him up and had him design rockets for NASA.
Oh, no doubt.
It's
Yeah.
amazing how long all this has been going on. It just blows me away.
Oh, yeah. Nothing new under the sun, you know. We hear
Hmm.
about it when we
Absolutely.
hear about it, but of course, think about how long it's been going on then, you know.
Yep.
Definitely.
Okay.
Unit 731.
That's that was a secret medical facility type deal, wasn't it?
I'm
Where
not
they were
sure. I've
doing
probably
illegal.
seen something on it. I can't really think of the reference directly. Um, but yeah.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, it wasn't just necessarily a medical place where they did illegal medical experiments, but they tortured people. If I'm not mistaken, uh, and I think it was Japanese. Maybe it wasn't the Japanese, but I've heard of Unit 731.
Yeah, yeah. I remember some reference to a Japanese unit. I don't know if it was that unit, but yeah, it was something like that where, yeah, they was doing some pretty wicked stuff during those times. A lot of trials, experiments, a lot of errors. Um, yeah, your imagination could run wild with that type of stuff, no doubt.
Yeah, definitely, because allegedly, the Nazis were messing around with, you know, uh, necromancy and all these other types of things. So it's hard telling, you know.
Yeah.
That's what that movie
Okay, well,
Hellboy is based off of.
Yeah, the astronauts. Yeah.
do you
Oh
see it,
man,
what?
what's that? Let's see here. Let's see what you got. All right, we're fixing to have some groundbreaking stuff. We're fixing to see what this. What did you say it's called? Washers.
Wash your,
All right,
wash your
groundbreaking
pitch,
stuff here. Let's see
wash your,
here.
this one says washer pitching a ringer and two leaners. And
Here we go.
see,
I've been known to be a leaner sometimes. I like it.
so see this hole right here? That little hole?
Yeah, I think so.
That's what he's got to try and pitch that washer into.
Okay. Oh, this guy looks like he's a pro. He's like a third generation pitcher. What is this
Hmm.
guy? Huh? Like nobody's business, huh? Huh. So it's like a
And
hole in the ground.
yes, and you got to get those
What if you
washers inside of it, and you
What if
get
you
point.
land? Okay, they're gonna show us. All right. Let's see here. No, I
Yeah.
have never seen this game. Okay, yeah, it's like a piece of like galvanized pipe in the ground.
Yes.
Okay. No, I've never seen that game. That's like
Yeah,
somebody confused merged golf and horseshoes together in some type of Texas Supreme Olympic sport.
yeah. It almost looks like a pegless horseshoes, but instead of horseshoes, you're using washers.
That's what we do here in America. We just make new games. We'll fuse three different games together. I like it.
Yeah, and usually we'll do the washers different colors so you know whose is whose.
Oh
Because
yeah,
you
yeah. You
can,
gotta have some marking. Yeah, 'cause everybody's gonna claim the ringer.
yeah. But yep, that's washers.
Now we know. Man, how about that? It definitely wasn't really what I thought it was, but yeah, I was thinking like a pipe or something that they got to get on. Yeah, that's definitely probably a Texas thing.
Hey, Moonchild. Well, it's fun, and it is. It's harder than horseshoes, for sure.
How about that? The state with probably the most horseshoes per capita than any other state just decided to hell with the horseshoes. We're just going to invent a totally different game. We're going to fool everybody. We're out here just playing the ringer.
Well, they're probably using those horseshoes. They're probably like, we can't waste them. We're gonna use them. You know,
Right? Why
A
waste a
lot of
good
horses,
horse?
a lot of mother-in-laws. Yeah. Mm.
I bet farriers make a lot of money in Texas.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
Who's making a lot of money?
Farriers. That's the people that do like
Oh yeah,
hoof trimming and stuff.
yeah. And they put the shoes on too. They're
Uh-huh.
the take care of the feet.
They actually forge the shoes, if I'm not mistaken.
Sometimes, if they're real good.
Blacksmithing is a hard job, though.
Oh, no doubt.
It is.
No doubt.
Yeah, I've seen it done, but it's a hot job too.
Well, especially in Texas.
Yes.
I was hearing you talk about those bees and everything on that truck because I've been cleaning in my house and everything and listening. And I thought that was
Wolverine.
pretty crazy. Yeah, he said that there was a truckload of bees that something happened to it, and it was a lot of bees, and the truck caught on fire or something.
Yeah, and that was in Tennessee, and
It was like a million bees, allegedly. A million honeybees.
so is Tennessee right in the middle of everybody? Kind of, sort of.
Well, I mean,
Not
in
really.
this position, it has an interesting position, with, geography and everything. Um,
Hmm.
I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to dig a little bit deeper and see exactly where that shipment was coming from and where they were going to. Um,
Yeah,
my bet is they probably didn't originate in Tennessee, but they could have. But who knows where they were going? They had to have a something, some type of report or something will say whatever news report they got now will say where they were headed. I'm sure.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
that sounds
it's
kind of
crazy to me. It's crazy to me because it reminded me when he was talking about that truck of bees. It reminded me that recently, allegedly, they moved the first ever antimatter by a truck. They loaded up antimatter on a truck and moved it.
nice.
Yeah, I think it was CERN.
Good grief. Well, I saw a video today um, from is it Davos meeting? Is that how you say it?
Um,
Davos.
they had a Davos meeting. I'm not exactly sure when. I know they
Yeah,
just had some type of alleged meeting this past weekend. I think that was the
that was the. Oh, darn it. We were talking about it. Can't remember what that one was called. Wolverines, it's good to see you. And so anyway, they just come right out and say it now. New World Order. It's okay to say it, I guess.
Oh, they've been saying it forever, Bunny. They've been saying it since before I was born. I was born in '88. Shoot, they've been churning and burning that phrase. I
True.
mean, it's on the back of the dollar bill.
Well, the goal's still there and seems to be going as planned.
Well, it's uh, obviously it's very very advanced because they got a whole United Nations, and if the world was so different, then how come everybody drives cars and has gas no matter what country you go to? That means they're all doing stuff the same way.
Yeah, that's right, Mary. Bilderberg meeting was the one I just had too.
And I think they also had the World Economic Forum meeting too at Davos, if I'm not mistaken.
That's what I was thinking that it. Well, we just got to keep proving them wrong. That's one thing we've all been learning in this community is how to counter as much as we can. It's just pure evil.
Well, yeah. The world's been an evil place for a long time, long before any of us were born. I was
Yeah.
thinking about it today, and I started looking at like the United States wars, just the wars that the United States has been involved in since it was founded.
Oh, goodness.
And yeah, when you go and look at those wars, there's really not a lot of time in between another one starts ever. I mean, it's probably like 25, 30 years tops, maybe, out of the whole time we've been a country that we haven't had wars. Because we had the Revolutionary War, and I know it's a derogatory term now, but the Indian Wars is what they called them.
Mhm.
And then they had the Spanish War, several others. I just kept going, and I was looking at it and trying to bridge those gaps. And you know, this country is a country that's at perpetual war, like always.
Yes. And a lot of times we have a lot to do with it.
Yeah, definitely. Except for the
I
times that we get pulled into it, like World War I, World War II. Because at first we wasn't trying to participate in those up front. Not saying that we didn't have like, things we were doing behind the curtain, but officially, Pearl Harbor was what brought us into World War II, and then World War I. If I'm not mistaken, it was German U-boats that attacked passenger ships. I'm believing, I think it was in like 1916, 1914, 15, somewhere in that area.
yeah.
You know,
Well,
during World War I, the state of Georgia, it had not that it really meant anything really to the bigger picture, but I thought it was kind of interesting. But during World War I, Georgia had more training facilities and different facilities set up directly to impact World War I than any other state. I found that kind of interesting. I wouldn't have thought it would have been Georgia, but that's what they said.
yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
There you
Not
go.
only did we have a war, we also had the Spanish influenza at the same time when them guys got back.
Well, okay, I won't say it. Darn it. um, so there's something more to Pearl Harbor and there's something more to the Spanish flu. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, yeah. There's always something more to it.
Yep.
It's like the Transformers. One of the things in the original Transformers, their slogan was is like more than meets the eye, and that's definitely accurate.
Hmm. Absolutely. Well, all of that is true, John. So, how come men always want a war? How come men always want to fight?
Well, half of it's probably testosterone. The other half is, I guess they get riled into a frenzy by propaganda, or something bad actually happens to the population, and it stirs them up. But it's not even this country; it's the whole world. Because you look at the Crusades and the 100 Years' War, and all these
Yes.
different. It's just been going on forever. The whole earth is stained with blood from war.
Hmm. Everywhere. Cavemen. Greed. Yeah.
Not even not even really just greed. Uh, sometimes it's like a superiority complex, or racism, or
Right.
religious views. There's a lot of reasons people actually fight.
Well, I can see greed. You have what
Oh
I
yeah,
want. So, um, I don't know.
that's probably like the biggest one.
Yeah, you have what I want. So, isn't that what covet means?
But yeah, but also you think about coveting, right? And you live in a society now where that practice is like promoted heavily, because you think about advertising. Advertising is you see in a ad or a commercial for something that you possibly didn't even have a previous desire to have, but now you're having a commercial where somebody has that and you want it, so now you go out and buy it, and that's a type of covetousness.
Yes. Envy.
And that's everywhere now too, and throughout all of history. Strife.
Yeah.
I know that everybody's been saying it for a long time now, that the world is ending or whatever, all this type of stuff. But I
Hmm.
really do believe that if something doesn't happen, then we wouldn't go on very long anyway. Because y'all was talking about a little bit about AI earlier, and allegedly, M M MIU MTI, I think it's MTI or MIU, one of those two, allegedly. Back in the
MIT.
seven back in the 70s, they had an experiment, allegedly, where they grafted brain cells to processing chips and you know things like that, of that nature. And allegedly, that was the first generation AI that they've kind of been working on since the 70s. And if you remember the Barack Obama Brain Initiative, where they was trying to map the whole entire human mind And they actually finished that project quietly, I think, in 2020 something. But you know, the real AI that's like utilized by governments and high ranking officials and stuff is not the same as like Chat GTP and OpenAI, and it's much, 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 much more advanced.
Yeah. Hey, Prepper 101. And
What all?
so,
Good to see you.
didn't it say that Satan would only have reign for 1,000 years? And this is 2026. So,
I don't think it said he'd have reign for 1,000 years. I think it said that he'll have a short season, but I don't think it said that he would reign for it. I think it said Christ would reign for 1,000 years, but I'm not sure. Um,
oh,
I mean, it might be in there.
okay.
But when you look at the Bible and stuff, and it says that, you know, that he'll call everyone small and great,
Yeah.
bond free to get this mark and everything. Um, and it also says that the mark would have power to kill all those who would not worship it. And, I found that very interesting because you could lie to it. And so, in order for it to know who truly worships it or not, it would have to know what you're thinking and everything. But not to go off on a tangent or anything, but allegedly, also, when that pilot went down in Iran, they used a type of technology that's called a ghost murmur.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And, okay, well, the ghost murmur is
Heart,
cardiovascular identification. Yeah.
yes,
hmm
heartbeat.
Well, not really the heartbeat necessarily. It's the electromagnetic field that your heart produces, because they found out that a heart, a lot like teeth and a fingerprint and all these things, each one is distinctly different in the field that it puts off electromagnetically, because the shape, size, ventricles, all this stuff. So really what they're doing is they're picking up a distinct electromagnetic pulse from your specific heart, which is pretty crazy.
Yep.
Now, how would they know that beforehand? Would they have to have some type of scan or have some type of file to know what to read off of?
Well, if you want to be
Have it,
technical, they
like
probably know that.
having a
Well,
hound dog, and they got the scent. Now they can find it.
well, if you want to be technical, and this is just my personal opinion and allegedly, they wouldn't have put all these cell phones in people's hands without multiple uses behind it,
Oh,
because
no doubt.
technically they can use not only cellular data waves, but they can use Wi-Fi, and they can use other various waves and
All those
frequencies that go
devices
through the
have
air.
heart tracking stuff. I mean, it tracks your step. It knows the difference between if you're walking, bicycling, or riding in a car. It can distinguish between all those things now.
Well, it can also, even more so than that, they can actually 3D create an image of any surrounding where there's
Like
a
a
cell
sonar,
phone.
like a radar, almost like a bat.
So that's how they would have this database of heartbeats. They would be collecting this stuff, unbeknownst to us, and it would already be, you know, something that
Nice.
they have.
Gotta love it. Yeah, I did find that interesting. That was probably the most interesting thing that stood out during that whole story. The whole thing about they were looking for that device they said that they were using. The whole pilot craft, whatever it may be, happened or didn't happen, however it happened. But the fact that I think the main thing was they were just like kind of subtly talking about the device. Just throw it in there. I remember whenever it was when Trump and Biden had their debate or whatever that was years back. I remember there was a couple things that both of them mentioned, but one of the things that kind of stuck with me personally, is they both mentioned futuristic technologies, and I do understand or whatever. A lot of this stuff we're seeing, it's not new by any means. It may be new to us in the civilian world or whatever it may be, but yeah, the futuristic technologies. They're gonna be bigger. They're gonna be more beautiful. ET phone home.
I think that, like I was saying last night about people having authority and stuff,
Yeah,
with all these people wanting something supernatural, whether it's ghosts or demons or aliens or whatever, I feel like that'll cause that sort of stuff to manifest physically. Um, and if that were the case, they would have to have alien disclosure. It's kind of like a running board for an explanation. But also, they would have to disclassify certain technology because they've had certain capabilities of things that they've hidden very well. And um, inevitably, with this Iran war, if this if this new deal doesn't hold through, they'll have to deploy more advanced weapons. And really, before the Iran
no
war
doubt, Dad.
reached,
Yeah,
well, really before the Iran war reached the deal that they were talking about now, multiple countries were actually using new tech. Like, for instance, Ukraine came out with it's like a defense grid type thing, but it's a
yeah.
laser, but it's small and it fits in the trunk of a car. And they were taking out Russian drones with this basically laser type directed energy weapon. And then they made a bunch of deals
Oh,
with the Arab nations later on, like defense contracts and stuff. But also North Korea. North Korea was using and testing carbon fiber bombs, and they was testing new types of cluster munitions.
rocket
Um,
man.
yeah, North. Yeah, well, really, he does have the rockets and stuff. But really, my biggest concern with North Korea, because there's such a non-topic, is that they would be the one to actually inflict some damage. But they actually have, allegedly, one of the biggest biochemical weapon caches in the world. Um, so that makes them, a little bit of a wild card.
Just never know.
Really, if you want to be technical, over the past couple of years, probably since 2020, I would see these headlines and they would kind of disappear and nobody would talk about it again. But headlines would occasionally pop up here or there over the years saying that so many vials of this experimental thing from this lab disappeared and so many vials from this lab. And these are bio labs, by the way. But and then you get the Wuhan thing allegedly. Um, so really it's a wonder, not even really just a wonder, it's by God's grace, really, that something hasn't already broke out because it's not like that potential isn't there day to day.
Yeah, I think it's like the slow grind, the long game, the slow wear down, depletion, degradation. Of things. They have certain events where like, oh, maybe we're a little short this month. We got to speed it up. We need a little something. We need a little spice. Um, but yeah, or even like here where I live. I mean, you know, I could, probably win the biggest lottery known to man, and I wouldn't move anywhere other than Georgia. But there is a lot of hot spots. Different facilities, different bases. You got the CDC in Atlanta for whatever they have or what don't they have there. Who knows? Um, just the general location of the river, being right on the water source.
I seen in your chat here that someone was asking about those scientists, that those 10 missing scientists in leading
Yeah,
fields of study.
I haven't dug deeper on that personally. I haven't really. I've been seeing the news flashes. I haven't dug deeper, but yeah, I've been hearing that that's like a trending thing. Whoever these people were, I don't know what they were researching or what they were behind.
All
Um,
sorts of stuff.
yeah, I don't know what their field of research or study was.
Well, if you want to know more about possibly why they've all disappeared, then before it gets taken off of public information, I suggest everyone to actually look into the projects they were working on because they were groundbreaking. Like one of the women, uh, and it's kind of funny because I found this out last night after we talked, and y'all were talking about August 17th and the zero gravity thing. But allegedly, one of the women
Was
scientists,
August 17th?
I think that's what day y'all said it
Of
was,
course, it's
around
the
that time.
17th. Yeah, of course it would be, no doubt.
But one of the women, allegedly, one of the women scientists that went missing, again, allegedly,
Yeah,
was working on a project, I believe, with CERN. And in that experiment, they found that when you're shooting high speed particles through a controlled tube, a controlled flow, and you shoot ions into that trajectory, that it actually causes an anti gravity effect. And they actually, at that point, found out and kind of like came to the conclusion that gravity doesn't exactly work like how we've thought it has this whole time. And that's kind of what I was telling that guy when he was talking about gravity. It's really just a theory. It's not really something that's proven as
yeah,
to
the
how the
full,
mechanics behind it.
whatever it may be. It's a lot more than just dropping something and it falls or whatever. Yeah, it's an entire science behind that. But I don't understand it. I'm not a scientist by any means, but it definitely would seem in my small mind of understanding that when you manipulate particles like that, there would be some cause and effect, no doubt. What the effect was, I don't know. Or even like we think
Well,
of CERN, we think of that one facility where it is, but even here in America, there's multiple facilities. Maybe not like that, but they have different fields of research and they invest in different things. I think there's like 8 or 9 of them here in the states.
hadron colliders, I'm sure, I think, specifically. Um, but an interesting thing about hadron colliders and particle acceleration is that in order to contain that high speed particle, they have to use, and again, it's weird because of the whole heart thing we was talking about, but they have to use electromagnetic containment
Yeah, you got
to
to have
keep it
some type of containment involved. Yeah,
right. So they use electromagnetic containment for that. And if you didn't have electromagnetic containment for a particle accelerator, what you would really have is probably the deadliest weapon on Earth, and that would be a particle beam weapon. Because if it's not contained in a certain way and you just let it out, it would vaporize whatever it went through.
yeah,
And you could obviously aim that.
no doubt.
I don't know if vaporize would be the right word because it would be a very small beam, I'm sure. Or maybe it could be a big one. I'm not an expert on this stuff. I just do a little research here and there and kind of brush up
Yeah,
on my knowledge on it.
same here.
So don't take anything I say wholeheartedly. Take it with a grain of salt.
You definitely always dig a little deeper, do a little research.
Yeah, it's very important. I've been researching stuff and looking into stuff for probably since 2011 now. Um, and just the amount of things is just crazy because we live day to day life and we live in little societies and stuff, and we all interact with each other, and we all have our like little things that we have our minds on, like what am I going to eat today, or
Nobody's
am I?
thinking about floating off into space tomorrow. You know what I mean?
No,
If
yeah, nobody thinks about that. Nobody thinks about the Earth just opening it up. Yeah, because all that stuff can happen. Like sinkholes, especially. If indeed what I was talking about last night, again allegedly, is true, and there's a type of atmospheric compression coupled with like a erratic electromagnetic field of Earth and
yeah,
a pole shift. Um,
they
the
could use
amount of
currents and boost it up or amplify it if need be.
well, yeah, with CERN, and it's funny because it all goes back to electromagnetics, sort of. The Earth's electromagnetic ionosphere, I believe it is like the outer protective layer for solar winds. Um, and that's why you get the aurora borealis and the other one. I forget what the other one is. I think it's the australialis or something like that, to the southern lights. But anyway, when the sun's energy hits that shield kind of directs it into the poles, north and south, and it goes in to the earth through the core at a certain point. And it actually is what charges the core up, allegedly, and causes all the churning and moving of magma, and also the metals inside of the core that would produce the electromagnetic field, because the electromagnetic field isn't just produced out in space. That's something produced internally in the earth, to a degree. But they can actually use electromagnetic shielding to kind of direct radiation, especially like severe radiation. So let's say that there's a hole or a gap in our protective shield, and severe radiation would come through and hit a certain area. Well, at those facilities like hadron colliders, where they have that electromagnetic equipment just sitting there, they could just direct that radiation somewhere else, which I think is crazy.
No doubt. Yeah, there's several. I think there's one or two in California. I think there's one in Texas. There's one in Tennessee, Chicago. I can't remember where the other couple facilities are, but yeah, there's like 8 or 9 different facilities here. Ultimately, it's all the same research. It may just be departmentalized to different things, different um, avenues of the project, things that stem from it, things they found out once they got it started that they could or couldn't do.
Well, and that's not even counting what they do on an international space station. But that aside, too, like Space Force, because that's the branch in the military now. But nobody seems to really talk about that to a degree. It's kind of known about, but not really talked about. And, you know, I couldn't
So,
imagine the types of weapons and capabilities that they work on out in space, where they don't have restriction, and they're not bound by international law, because when you're in space, it's kind of like being out in the middle of the ocean, except for the fact that you're not even on the planet. So laws don't really apply there whatsoever, because it's a void.
good to see you, Tom. The panel verses have collided. What a beautiful time it is. Even Tom knows that. Yeah, the first rule of Space Force is don't ever talk about it, No matter how cool, fascinating, and how lore related it may be, you just can't mention it.
I'd say it's probably a fairly old division of the military, but I'd say that they just recently,
And,
you
and
know,
did away with different programs, merged them into one. Um,
Yeah, because you got to think NASA is a government agency, and it wouldn't be hard to think that the military and NASA would team up.
no, why would they do that? No, you don't say. Yeah, no doubt. Hmm. I don't know. Well, I can say I haven't seen a Space Force recruiter. I don't know. I don't know if that's through directly through the. I don't know. They probably would. I don't know if it's through the Air Force or what. If they have their own division, I don't know how that goes.
It's probably a lot like the FBI, where you have to do so many years in service and vet yourself, and then you could probably move on to it. Because if you go into the FBI, you have to be a cop first and do all this stuff, and then you become an FBI agent.
That's too much. I'm not signing up for no Space Force. You know, I'm just trying to maintain my current ground force, my grounding force, trying to stay grounded.
uh,
It gets in the clouds sometimes, but it's all self-contained. I can come back down to Earth at any moment. I don't need to be Jupiter ascending. It's a cartoon full of characters. If the world's a stage, then where does the audience sit? I guess we got to go to space to see it. You know, what do you
Yeah.
think about it, Miss Bunny?
Oh,
All right, the world's ending. We all got to get on a spaceship and go to Mars. Would you do it?
nope.
What about you, Mike? You going to Mars?
no, no, sir, I'm not.
But if you make it there, you get one free complimentary total recall. You can become whoever you want to be on Mars. Would you still say no?
Nope.
Yeah, because for one, I believe in Jesus. But aside from that, I've seen that movie Mars with The Rock, and I know how that'll end up.
Yeah, it never ends well. But some people think it is going to end well if they go to the Mars. They think it's
Yeah,
like the
they'll get.
candy bar. You could just take a couple bites and put it down. But no, once you're there, you're in there.
Yeah, you'll get xenomorphed.
No, definitely not going to Mars. Nigga. Stay here and ride it out. You know.
Yeah, I don't need no xenomorph coming at
When I
me.
get smoke of the world, I'll probably run into John Dunnan. I'm definitely running into Tom. Panel waste management. I'm definitely running into Tom in the apocalypse. We'll probably team up at some point to take on the intergalactic space force. But that's still a little ways off. We haven't got there yet. I'm working on it. He's coming around. Panel versus are colliding. I like it. That's what happens when you can send out a fake full moon. They think it's the real full moon, and it draws them in. I know you've
I
done
can.
adapt. You've done adapted. You didn't adapt to the darkness. You were born in the darkness, Tom. That's how you maintain and navigate through everything.
Panel waste management.
Yeah, Tom's a pretty interesting individual. He's definitely done a lot, seen a lot, said a lot, thought a lot. Definitely got his own way of handling things, but I respect it. To each their own.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know,
Excuse me.
um, I wish that they actually taught stuff in school, uh, besides just a little bit of things here or there that sometimes are incorrect. But anyway, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln and a few other of those, I guess what people will call quote unquote early, founding fathers, um, they had memoirs and journals and letters, and they talked about giants. And actually, this country or this place for a while was known as the land of giants. And I always thought that was interesting, because you look at some of these snake mounds and stuff and all these various things. And the Grand Canyon, there's certain parts of the Grand Canyon that people stumbled onto some time ago, probably in the 50s, 60s, maybe even the 70s. That now you can't go back to them. There's security and they're barred up. So I think that's pretty crazy. People.
Still giants, and we still live among you.
I believe in giants. Yeah, just like dragons. I know that's crazy sounding, but
a day walking giant. One of the few giants that actually could walk amongst, anybody amongst the day or the night.
what was it?
Uh, the seven liberal arts no longer taught. Yeah, I could imagine since I graduated in 2007. Yeah, I could imagine a lot's changed. Hey, that's coming up on 20 years. Man, time flies. Time flies when you're not having fun. Sometimes, not just when you're having fun.
Oh, he said he'd come up and gets off the road. The truck driver.
Oh, he's an international man of mystery.
Oh, okay.
2 wheels, 3 wheels. If there's a wheel involved, he'll give it away. Nah, definitely, definitely. Anybody's more than welcome. Come rant, rave.
Safe word.
The safe word. Oh man, holy damn, Bunny. We done made it 2 hours, and I didn't even give a safe word. That could have been somebody feeling triggered, exhausted, irritable. Oh man, they have no way to say it. They're probably forever trapped in the panelverse of discomfort. They can no longer leave Watt's world.
I was thinking about that a while ago, and I was like,
I'll give you the honor of picking tonight's safe word. What will it be? We're 2 hours in, so it's got to be a good one. There's probably some people chomping at the bits to type it in.
strawberries.
There you go. Boom. Perfect. I like it. And at any point in tonight's broadcast, you feel any form of irregularity, irritability, discomfort, displeasure, meat sweats, the good kind or the bad kind, or any discomfort you just can't explain, feel free. Tonight's safe word is strawberries. Doesn't matter if it's grammatically correct. Spell it however you were taught,
Even.
Whatever that is, there you go. Urban outdoorsman. Yeah, there you go. It's Tom. Tom is an urban outdoorsman. Yeah, oh, it's strawberry season now. I got me some. I love them. Mine are producing pretty good, but of course I don't have enough of them to. I need to get more going. But yeah, I went and supported the local strawberry economy. I stimulated it. Got me a bucket.
Cool. I need to get. It seems pretty easy to grow.
Get you some. You had the best results, and I think with some the ever bearing variety, which pretty much says like the name is. They'll produce throughout the season, throughout the year. There's some varieties that just produce once and that's it. But you
Yeah.
get some of the ever variety going, and that's the ones I got going currently. Most of them I've had going for. I think this is like the 4th season,
Oh, wow.
like the 4th or 5th season, and they're still producing strong. I don't know the exact life cycle on certain things like that. I need to do a little bit more research.
Yeah.
And get to a point where they still produce, but they're not going to produce as strong. I don't know what that life cycle is. I need to look it up.
Wild strawberries.
Yeah, wild strawberries. Yeah,
Mm.
we got patches still of wild strawberries.
I've got little lemons. I can see them. They got a little
Don't
tip
be
on
fake newsing me. Don't you fake news the
'em.
lemons, buddy. That's sweet. Yeah. What's it like a dwarf lemon tree?
Um, well, it doesn't say dwarf. So,
I
yeah,
got
I
you.
need to put it in a bigger pot, and, um, while I was on the trip, it didn't get watered, so I think that kinda held it back a little, but
Oh yeah,
lost a
get it
few
back.
leaves.
How's it looking now?
It's looking better.
That's good.
It's blooming and everything, so
Yeah, you may be right in that zone. I don't know. Depending if it's a dwarf variety, of course you probably wouldn't have to plant it directly. You could get like a bigger container, and then in the event you get a snowpocalypse or a snowmageddon, you could bring it in or
mhm.
or cover it up of some sort. But yeah, I don't know. I know there's different dwarf varieties of different citruses and different things like that that people grow around here, and it does well. I need
Yeah.
to look into it and try to get some of those going myself.
A lot of my plants will be out in the workroom,
Um,
and s so it's gonna be screened on the south and east side.
and that's the one that's getting added on or built now.
Yes,
Okay,
and then a solid wall on the north
gets
and
pretty
west.
good sunlight.
Yeah, and, um, so I'm hoping that'll work during the winter. I'll put plastic over the screen, and
Yeah, it
I
wouldn't take much to keep it insulated. Yeah,
yeah, and I have what's it called, a buddy heater
yeah, a
if I
little
need
heat
it,
pump going. Yeah, that would.
or I
How
have
what the dimensions are, but yeah, one of those things would be sufficient for a porch area or an area like that.
yeah, and I have a little actual propane heater too if I need to. I'll probably put that out there just to save the buddy heater for in here, but I can see me sleeping out there a lot.
And I don't remember what type of lemons they were, and I need to ride back by that property to see if any of those plants and stuff that this guy ever planted there are still there. I like to get some clippings or get them if ain't nobody, if there's no claim on them. But
Yeah,
there was this Puerto Rican couple that we used to know that stayed beside us at one point where me and my mom lived at when we were younger, and they were from Puerto Rico, but they had an RV, and sometimes they drive up to New York or they drive down to Miami or Florida, and they never everywhere they went. Mike would come back with all different type of plants he done found. He done dug up something, or he done bought something, or he done found a tree somewhere. But um, like when they first moved in, I think like one of the first trips they went to down to Florida, and he found some lemon tree, some type of lemon tree, and he brought it back and planted it. And man, I think it was like I don't think it was that following season, but I think it was like the season after that he started getting lemons, and little lemons was on there. And he told me what type they were. I don't forgot now, but yeah, he was that type of person. He would get anything growing. He would try to grow it. If it didn't grow, oh well, he gave it a shot. But yeah, he had a whole yard. Just it was like a garden oasis, all type of stuff going and growing.
yeah,
Need to
I
ride. Might still be a lemon tree somewhere that needs to get picked.
I don't really grow anything because I rent and stuff. And so, I don't really grow anything because I ain't got really that much of a porch either. But I do like to forage and stuff as well. Here in West Virginia, elderberries grow, raspberries, uh, wild blueberries, you know,
Right?
yeah,
ramps, leeks, wild garlic. Um, really one of my favorite things, and it's very hard to find them because if I'm not mistaken, they outlawed it to a degree because it's what you make like Molly and stuff with, but it's sassafras, which is a tree, and that's what they used to make root beer out of.
Uh,
But
that, that's a thing. if you've ever smelled sassafras, the sassafras root, even if you didn't know it, it's a real distinctive smell. It's kind of sweet. Um, it's kind of hard to describe, but if you smell it after that, you would know it. It's a thing like, to me, it's like a thing like honeysuckle down in the south. I remember we'd be out gardening or digging it up, and you'd hit one of them roots, and you're like, oh man, you could smell it. And people would make, I've known people that would make root beer from it, or some people that make sassafras tea. And oh man, that
Yeah,
was,
that's what I do.
I ain't heard nobody that makes sassafras tea since I was many moons ago. But yeah, that's still a thing. It still grows here. You can find it.
It's hard to find here in West Virginia. And if you
Oh,
do, it's normally small ones because if you could like go to Canada and stuff, sassafras gets to be a big tree. But all I've ever found is small ones.
yeah, a lot of small ones. Yeah.
But I do like to make sassafras tea. But also sometimes when I make sassafras tea, I'll put ginseng in it too because ginseng's good for your digestion and
Yep.
all this sort of stuff.
Maybe a little booster pack.
Really, what I'd like to find, and I haven't found for a long time, and I'm not even sure if you can find them, but pawpaws. Uh,
Oh,
and they're
pawpaws are a delicacy if you could ever find one. But they're an interesting fruit. That's why you can't find them in stores or buy them nowhere. Because I mean, as soon as they hit the ground, I mean, you got to eat them right then. There's a real small window, a couple days.
yeah, yeah. Normally, your best bet is to pick them when they're ripe before they hit the ground. But
Yeah, but yeah, if you could ever find like a pawpaw tree or something like that, oh yeah. I mean, it's a beautiful
I,
thing. It's a fruit of its own.
I'd love to find one. I haven't seen one for a long time. Uh, I don't know what happened to them. You
I
know.
imagine you could maybe freeze them some type of way if you had like a uh, dehydrator or something like that. I imagine you could do something like that. Dehydrate them, make like a fruit leather with them, preserve them that type of way. Make different preserves or jellies with them. But yeah, as far as eating them, yeah, gotta eat them as soon as you find them.
You see chat what?
What happened? My hubris believed there was a link. See, I don't even know who hubris was. I think I might have banned him. I might be the one person I banned here was hubris. Y'all remember him?
Nope.
Exactly. That's the point. It was that bad. Nobody remembered him. Let's see here. All right. Let's. Oh, we almost hit the wrong button. So doing all this second generation Obama phone with Taco Bell Wi-Fi, we're making it work though. We're doing what they said couldn't be done, or nobody really wanted to do. I'll take credit for that. You know,
Right.
about all the second shift and third shifters.
G. Do you
Gee,
notice that at the end of the link? G.
I don't know. Let's see here. Welcome, welcome. Greetings
Never
to
used this
what's.
mic before. Does this mic work?
Can you
Yep.
hear me now?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, dude. You sound like you're working in Target, dude. Like you're about to do the blue light special.
I don't know if you can see much, but it was like 80 degrees yesterday, and now there's like snow everywhere.
Snow.
Even for Colorado, it's weird. Like we had 80-degree days in March, and then it was hot up until yesterday, and then we just got hit with a freeze over. That's why it's hard to grow stuff out here.
You're still out there on Colorado?
Yeah, I'm still in Denver.
See, that's what is going on.
Well, I mean, it is common for Colorado to have in both directions coming out of winter. We have like a weird Indian summer mix into it. And then, like, there's not really much of a fall here. But going from warm to cold or cold to warm.
Well, that's what my weather said, that this is normal April weather, and I was like, I don't know that I remember that, but okay.
Yeah, I think they
Yeah,
fake news you.
there was times. Oh shit! I think I backed out. Here, my phone's doing weird stuff. Yeah, there was times when I lived in the Springs that I had a convertible down there, and it'd be like December, and all I'd have to do is just turn a little heat on the floor vents, and it was just right to like still ride around with your top down because we get so much sun, and it's
Yeah.
pretty dry climate.
Hmm.
I'm just making my way up to check out the biggest bike thieves in Denver, see if they got anything for me. They're a gang called the Park Rangers. No one steals more bikes than they do.
Yeah, keep them in check.
You know. Well, some of them I'm cool with because there's a park called Houston Lake Park. Like in the early panel years when I'd be walking Camacho on panels, I was usually there. And that lake or that pond is completely dry right now. And the eagles came through and snatched up all the birds or the fish and stuff. And I found out that it's because the inlet had busted and flooded somebody's basement. So the city's probably going to pay out the ass to that homeowner. But they cut it off and the whole pond dried up.
Dang.
Yeah, you can walk out into the middle of it right now. It did have a carp problem, so it took care of the carp problem. But they'll totally have to fill it and restock it.
Yeah. You know, that's what I found out today is we have this lake. It's about 30 minutes from me. And it was built for agriculture and to supply the area, the immediate area around the lake if necessary. Well,
Are both of you in West Virginia?
I'm in Texas.
Oh, okay. Michael, you're in West Virginia?
Yes, sir. I'm in West Virginia.
Is that Michael A?
No, it's just Michael.
Oh, okay. We have a popular all-time chatter named Michael A. And one time a porn bomber posed as him. Yeah, one time a porn bomber came on my stream and posed as Michael A. So I brought him right up and he porn bombed me. But Deep Creek Lake.
There, he didn't even know it. All the Michaels now got second guess.
If you ever check out Deep Creek Lake in Maryland, that is a huge boating, fishing, whatever lake, completely constructed by the Army Corps of Engineers. It's very impressive.
Yeah. Well, but come to find out, this lake is piping water to a whole town. The town has about almost 2,000 people. That is 30, 40 miles away from the lake, and golf courses. So the lake is going down considerably. So it's mismanagement. It has nothing to do with all the other stuff that's going on.
Are they adding
Yeah,
homes
that's
everywhere? Seeing like a lot of development, any new growth?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure there's parts of Arizona battling Las Vegas that they're pulling from the same water. And I know south of Denver, this place called Castle Rock, they built an entire housing neighborhood before they got the water rights okayed. And then down where my land is, I have land off the Rio Grande River, and I never know what's going to happen with that because all the farmers down there are pulling off the river, and it's up and down depending.
Yeah.
So yeah, the second flood is fire and drought for sure.
Yeah, I saw that the Rio Grande is drying up in the Nueces.
Yeah, probably. I mean, when I bought the land, it was a little low, but then when I went down and visited with my veteran friend, it was way up. So I didn't know what to think of it.
Hmm.
But it is a nice area as far as like this surreal outdoors high desert thing.
Cool.
There's like one tree for miles and miles, and it's where my neighbor brought trees in to have on his land. He like shipped 2 trees in and planted them. That's only trees for miles.
Yeah, that's wild. I couldn't
Yeah.
imagine. If I live in your
Yeah, I
own
couldn't
village, man,
imagine.
it's a tree of every kind. It's a tree of every color.
I know. I gotta have my trees. I'll probably move further west because the hill country is just
And it's
amazing.
the altitude. You get up into some of the higher parts of Colorado, and it's just like aspens and certain evergreens that can even grow that high.
Yeah.
And that type
Yeah.
of aspen will grow to spite you. It just spreads its tree line. They got to try and suppress it where they do.
Yep.
Here in West Virginia, it's actually the 3rd forested state in the United States. So I couldn't imagine not seeing a tree because I'm always surrounded by them. I love the forest.
Hmm.
Which part of
But
West Virginia? Oh, you can't see my hand. I always
right
explain to
now,
people, I like flip them off because West Virginia is pretty much the shape of flipping somebody the bird. I'm like right in between
yeah,
your thumb and your index finger.
yeah, I actually am pretty much in Raleigh County, West Virginia. So one of the more populated counties, because there's some counties out here that is a lot of nothing.
Oh yeah. I've always told people in the panelverse, I'm like, go back to West Virginia, I can show you shacks in the woods that you wouldn't believe a family lives in there. It is crazy.
No doubt.
Some parts of West Virginia, when you actually go to them and stuff, if you look on YouTube, some parts of West Virginia is like a 3rd world country.
Yep.
Wow.
But they ain't mad about it either. They're just doing it.
Well,
And that's
no, they can't be mad about it because they live in the middle of nowhere and all the coal mines and factories shut down and they're all on dope. Well, not all of them, but a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the way a lot of the coal mines got fucked was the owners and the people making the big money off of them didn't live in West Virginia, and that money's just filtering out.
but a lot of people
Actually,
don't mind living the simple life.
well, actually, one of the things about West Virginia, which is kind of surprising, but it also has its benefits. But anyway, since 1950, around that time, West Virginia is one of the only states that didn't gain any population. They just lost it because the state's population went from like 2 million and something in 1950 to now I think there's maybe a million and something that live here. So it's actually lost people.
Wow.
Yeah, I know my hometown was only started during the railroad boom, and then when the railroad dropped off, the town pretty much started dying out. But the cool thing is, when I was like 4 or 5 years old, I remember getting to experience my hometown as my mom took me to the drugstore to sit at the bar and have like a chocolate drink a la Mayberry style. Like I caught the tail end of when it was actually like that.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I've actually been to Mayberry. Well, what is an actual physical duplicate or replication? Mount Airy, North Carolina. If you ever get to make it, if you like any, whatever, go to Mount Airy, North Carolina. I've got some of my family and blood that's up there. But they've got the Floyd's Barber Shop. They've got the jail, the whole jail set up where you can go tour it. They've got the house, a recreation of what would have been the house on the show where they lived in. Yeah, Mount Airy, North Carolina, the home of Andy Griffith.
Yeah, my wife has been there. I've never been, but my wife has.
So get this. In my high school, in my hometown, we had a janitor, and his name was Bob Knotts, and he looked like a fucking shorter, kind of stockier Don Knotts, and he was one of them janitors that would give kids cigarettes and shit, but you could not get him to admit that he was related to John Knotts. Probably because he's an actor and then he's a janitor. He just wouldn't deny it. You cannot convince me that wasn't his brother, man.
Stunt double, maybe.
No, I mean, he looks just like him. His name tag said Knotts. His name's Bob Knotts. And, West Virginia be like, you're Bob Knotts and you're Don Knotts and you're brothers, Like, he can't convince me he's not his brother. And I don't care if he's a janitor and his brother's Don Knotts that was on Scooby-Doo and everything. Big fucking deal.
Might have been witness protection. You never know how these
Like a Joe Dirt.
so obvious, it's not obvious. They trick so many people.
Keep his name, keep the look, but just bullshit.
That would be like a Joe Dirt situation where the school janitor.
Yeah. Oh, but I originally wanted to come up over that giant talk. I mean, that shit's biblical.
Yeah.
And those tribes, like every native tribe around the world, has some kind of cave paintings or passed down stories about giants. And we can look at like hereditary shit like Andre the Giant and these guys that run like House of the Thousand Corpses and shit.
Yeah.
And the Bible even gives Goliath stats. Like those guys didn't fuck around. Like they'd march for days, and then after they marched for days, they'd stand there and shout and talk shit on the city, like on the side of a mountain, and then still go fight.
Actually, it also gives King Og, or Ugg, whatever you want to call him. It gives his measurements, and he's a giant. And also in Jericho, it said that when they went to Jericho, that they found themselves as if they were grasshoppers in their sight.
Yep.
Imagine that.
And that's some of the crazy stories that just sometimes it works out because where did Zacchaeus, or maybe it wasn't Zacchaeus, whoever was evading what God wanted them to go do, it's because this city made Sodom and Gomorrah look like a fucking Utah Mormon colony. And he's like, I can't go there. They'll eat me alive, But then when he finally did it, they were like, yeah, you're right. We're going to repent. And it's fine.
Are you talking about Nineveh?
Yeah. Is that where Zacchaeus was sent?
No, that's Jonah and the whale.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, good shit though, man. He was like so scared and running that he had to eat him with a fish and spit him out in the right direction. But then when he did it, it was like, no, that's cool. You're right. We're fucking up. We're going to repent.
Yeah. Originally, he was upset and mad because he said those people don't need to be saved, basically. He said, why should I go and... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But God softened his heart because inevitably he did wind up going and preaching to them, and they did wind up getting salvation. So,
and that's just the whole God power reasoning of like he took the guy that was sending the most Christians to death and made him like one of the most important writers of the Bible. So look what I did. See how I do? You see how I do? This guy was Saul. This guy had Christians just conveyor belting into the lion's den and shit. Look, he's writing most of the books of the Bible now. That's how I do. I'm the one true God.
It's possible.
So yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff recently, and I feel like it's with this age of more truth and information than we were ever hearing growing up in church. It's like now God's allowing more to spill out. Like all the Greek and Roman men of renown are just cover-ups for Nephilim, just like aliens will be cover-ups for this fallen angel shit. Because it's all so in your face that, of course, if there was no excuse for it, people would be like, well, this biblical stuff is obviously true then. We better turn into God. But
you're going to see that sort of stuff.
Yeah, Lucifer has to set up all kinds of deception so you don't think it's that. And most descriptions of aliens are very similar to a lot of Nephilim types.
Yeah.
Especially Grace. Well, you're gonna see stuff like that.
The problem thing is, just know I'm a friendly giant. I come in peace.
Right.
Yeah, I'm one of the good guys. Take me out in the midst of the giant slave.
And I don't think they could be, because if they were the Nephilim, like, their spirits are displaced. They can't go to heaven or hell until Judgment Day. And that's why the fallen angels were creating abominations. That's why I believe those Egyptian hieroglyphs weren't people in masks. I think they were actually like half animal hybrids, and those would be bodies those disembodied spirits of Nephilim could jump back into.
Well, in the Bible, more specifically, well, not necessarily the Bible, Enoch more specifically says that they corrupted all the things, like plants, animals, you know, you name it.
And they must have been messing with DNA and stuff. And because we're doing that now, and it's like we're getting back to the days of Noah. But the
Where do you
craziest
think they
thing that I
learned it
didn't know, Nimrod, one of the most cruelest world rulers that built the Tower of Babel and stuff, he was Noah's like great grandson or grandfather, one direction or the other. He was Noah's bloodline, but he became a Nephilim before he died. And it doesn't say how really, but he did. But he became a giant and a Nephilim in his lifetime.
Mm.
And so if he was born of Noah's bloodline, he didn't start that way. But he definitely played his role.
Well, you talk about like Hercules, or not even just Hercules, let's say Aphrodite or Zeus or Odin,
All
or
of them.
Krampus. Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I always tell people.
And
I don't discredit what people say they've been seeing and interacting with. I just think that they're maybe not seeing it through a true lens.
well, what I'm saying is those did exist, but the
That's what I'm
deception is
saying.
saying, what do we call it whenever it's the Greek or Roman stories? What are those called?
Mythology.
Yeah. The deception is saying, yeah, that's just mythology. They were just telling stories to compensate for what they didn't understand, all this shit. No, those people were men of renown, half breeds, and the deception is to make you think that wasn't real.
Well, that's why they call them myths and fables and stuff. But, you know, really, Medusa and all that sort of stuff, you know, very well could have been an actual living thing.
Oh, yeah.
I dated a Medusa one time. Safe to say I made it out unharmed, but you know, it was a few close calls. Where I still to this day wear my sunglasses at night.
I've always been good about holding my substances. I've never like woken up next to cyclopses or anything.
Can't say I haven't done that. It happens. We all make bad life choices. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now that's the thing. I never beer goggles it, but sometimes in my life I think, hey, I think I want that. I want to try that. And then once I get there, every time I'm like, damn it, why do I always do this?
Yeah.
It's like at this bowling alley I worked at, they would sell this big old ice cream cookie. It's like 2 chocolate chip cookies with ice cream in it. It's just way too rich. And you always think you want one. And then when you get it, you get halfway through it, you're like, this is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Why did I do this again?
Well,
They
that's
answered our prayers. Now we got shrinkflation. Now we're just paying more and getting less, you know?
Yeah.
well, the Bible tells you that stuff because it's kind of got a couple layers to it. For one, we don't necessarily know who we are or what we want, because if we did, we wouldn't do stuff like that and then realize we didn't want it. But secondly, the Bible says that you deal with urges and lusts and all these things in your flesh, and that's what will cause you to sin, is you give into your lusts and urges.
Yeah. And because God knows we're going to backfall and that we're in sin nature and not perfect, I think it actually helps to learn that spirit to flesh relativity by going one way or the other, and then you kind of realize that's what it is. The more in
In
the
order to
flesh
make
you are, the less in the spirit you are.
well, in order to make an honest decision, you have to see both honestly. So you can't choose between light and darkness honestly unless you know what light and darkness is honestly.
And another reason I was always good at holding my substances is I feel like I could read it phonetically. Like no matter how drunk or how whatever I am, I still could remember the phonetic right thing to do most of the time. Like, I know this is good. I don't want to do this. This is the last thing I want to do, but I know it's the right thing to do. I gotta go over here and do this. I'm gonna have another drink and then I'm gonna go do this.
Yep.
Oh, not me. In my 20s, it was all out craziness.
Oh yeah.
All,
And I mean, we can look back and say, oh, how would I be if I had just never done that stuff? But if you hadn't done that stuff, you'd still probably have that itch.
right.
Because God will take your worst day and make it your immaculate, triumphant thing to it, you know?
Well, he did that with me. Like I was telling him last night, he wasn't here, but long story short is I got beat up with a baseball bat pretty severely, and it severely messed me up, and I'm fairly crippled now, almost 10 years later. And that was one of the best days of my life, and I'm thankful for it because that's what really turned my life around. You know, I was stubborn, hard-headed, violent, and I got violence. But that violence is what broke me.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. And he wasn't necessarily singling that out as a sin, because there's books of the Bible that refer to God as the God of armies. But he was just stating the fact that if one lives by the sword, they will die by that sword. It comes to it eventually.
Whatever path it may be, yes, certain paths have certain consequences.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about that the other night. And a lot of times it can just mean a spiritual death, not physical.
Yeah, because Jesus said, "Don't think I came to bring peace, but I came to bring the sword." So.
Oh, I tell that to Jack Talcott every day. He's still out here saying unity and wars. Oh, you don't get it, bro. You're under some kind of delusion or something. Or you're just not listening.
It says in the Bible, people say great deception all the time. I mean, they do. But really, great deception is unbiblical because it don't really say that necessarily. But it does say that God will give people over to a strong delusion. So
once he knows you're totally not going to come around, yeah. But don't forget, whenever the apostles asked Jesus, hey, in the end times, how will we know? What will we look for? And he didn't say like wars or play. He said, make sure no man deceives you. Like he opened with that. So maybe I should have said the second flood is drought and deception, because I definitely see a lot of that come along.
Well, the Euphrates River is drying up. So that right there tells you the season we're in to a degree, coupled with the fact that it says that when iniquity abounds, it's because it's going to be done away with forever. And that's like one of the biggest signs is when iniquity flourishes like grass. And you see what this world's turned into, you know, how prideful people are. Not even just prideful. There's a whole slew
A lot
of
of
things.
proud lovers of selves out here, yeah.
Well, and that's something too. When the Bible says that, it says that there'll be great perplexion and all this stuff. It explains that perplexion, because it says that there'll be great perplexion has not since been before with perplexity. But then it says, for men will be lovers of self, blasphemers, boasters, proud, disobedient to parents.
Narcissism, basically.
Yeah, so that's the perplexity within itself, because there's no solution for a society that's completely self-centered.
And when you think about the traits of narcissists, sociopaths, and psychopaths, all that wrapped into one, it's like Luciferian. It's like that right there is everything that Lucifer was overcoming with. If I will be like that, and this glory will be mine, me, and all that. And
Well, also, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I was there.
See, me personally, and I've actually gotten into a few, I wouldn't say squabbles, because I don't really argue my point. I'll tell somebody something, and if they don't believe it, whatever. I'm not going to argue back and forth whether it's right or wrong, because it's not my position to do that. But anyway, I've made a few people upset because I don't believe in mental illness like that. Not saying that the effects people feel aren't real, but I don't think it's a mental illness issue. I think it's a spiritual issue that reflects in your mind. So, I think that's what all that stuff does. Because when you talk about sociopath, psychopath, that's just kind of explained away as like a completely explainable thing that's strictly based in science and facts and chemistry and hormones and imbalances and stuff. But not saying science isn't a good thing, because science, I
Yeah,
believe, is good for like not necessarily explaining creation, but looking at the mechanics behind creation, like how does things actually kind of work.
yeah,
But it's not so good for explaining it.
it's literally the study of God's creation, and then there's this perverse political atheist side that wanted to use it to disprove God and act like we could just figure all this out and conform it to our needs. But really, all you're going to do is eventually, if God allows it, you're just going to figure out that it all points back. But as far as what you're saying, I get what you're saying, where a lot of mental dispositions could be like demonic abuse, or what do we call them? We struggle not against flesh, principalities, stuff like that. But I was listening to this video the other night, and granted, I've been known to say a lot recently, I don't think all Catholics go to hell, but I'm not sure Catholicism is Christianity. But I was listening to this video about one of their foremost exorcist guys, and with each case, he would watch the patient for all kinds of time to narrow down, is it some kind of disposition, or is this actually a demonic entity? And then once he narrowed down demonic entities and other exorcists, they all had these things in common of how they react to the scripture and when you're commanding them as a man of God, compared to what he would write off as, I guess, the science side of psychological things.
And a lot of us have those traits in us anyway. Not to the extreme. You hope it's not to the extreme. Narcissism, all of that is, and I think the test is learning control.
And I've always believed that Christians can be afflicted and abused by demonic entities, but only non-believers can actually be like possessed and like overtaken and not even realize that they are.
True. Well, and there's other factors too. Alcohol, they call it spirits for a reason.
Yeah. And one of my fellow outdoorsmen the other day was bringing up Christianity. You got all those rules. It's all like strict and everything. And I was like, no, Jesus wasn't loading us down with restrictions and rules. He was protecting us because, like you're saying, substance abuse, complaining, like certain things we do, there's literally spiritual contracts where demons are like, that allows us to do this. And God's like, it does open you up to be able to do that. And until you do something about it, there it is.
Yeah. Oh, you're muted. So I'm lost as usual.
What's the question?
What is a Nephilim?
What is a Nephilim? Like a giant?
A Nephilim is the offspring of fallen angels and daughters of man, and that's why their spirits don't go to heaven or hell when they die, and they're just disembodied. And so the hauntings and afflictions we might hear about to this day, a lot of the time they've just been around that long. They're still walking. Like the ones that asked Jesus to throw them into the pigs, it's because when they're disembodied, they don't like it. So they want to be in something, but there's nowhere else to go except be disembodied or another body until Judgment Day. And that's
Part of the reason.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was busy earlier listening and everything. I was doing laundry and stuff. But part of the reason that I believe a lot of this mental illness stuff, I'm not saying necessarily that the mental illness that people experience, it's kind of like with the demigods and stuff. I'm not saying it's not real effects. And I don't think it's possession. Really what I think it is because they're called familiar spirits. And Jesus said, I know the spirit that's in man, the driving spirits behind flesh. So I think it's more along the lines of, Ben's how there's entities all around you forever, always. No matter where you go on the planet, there's entities around, whether you see them or not. I believe that the mental illness aspect of it is just somebody being within close proximity to one that's kind of like not really possessed or anything, but when they're disembodied like that, they work through flesh, just like Jesus and God. He works through flesh too. But it says in the Bible that when a spirit is ejected out of a man, that it goes forth and it wanders and finds nothing but dry places and no rest. And it goes back to that same man or that home that it was ejected out of. And if it finds that home is swept clean or empty, then it goes and gets 7 more spirits that are more wicked than it is. And the last condition of that man is worse than the first condition. So when you read that, you realize that whenever a spirit is kicked out of somebody, everybody's pretty much occupied. Everybody's, if it goes forth when it leaves a body and it don't find nothing but dry places and no rest, that means that it can't find nowhere to go because there's already occupancy in everybody, which is crazy.
And then the Christians, I feel like they're spoken for because the Holy Spirit would be in them, and even though, like I said, they can still be afflicted and in open contracts, I don't think it can do the like, hey, 7 more buddies come with me on this guy. But yeah, if they don't get right, if they don't understand what's going on, they just be opened up to like flashing vacancy sign for all the entities. But this kind of backs up what you're saying. That exorcist guy was talking about, the thing all these possessions have in common is at first they're all aggressive and defiant, and this is my body, and saying blasphemous things and doing all like movie stuff. But once you've commanded them to tell the truth and you start asking them about Judgment Day, like they don't experience time like we do, but they know that when Judgment Day comes, it's like they know their verdict is in, the judge just hasn't handed it down yet, and they know on that day it's all done and they don't get to do their thing anymore and it's just over, and they all turn into like cowering, bargaining, like they just lose their shit once the priests like command them to tell the truth and start asking about Judgment Day. They all get reduced to this no type thing. So yeah, they all know it's coming.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I've also seen probably the same clips of this exorcist. Was he on Tucker Carlson?
I don't know if it was on Tucker Carlson. I think it was just somebody either reading the writings of this exorcist guy or just talking about him, because I was walking down the street listening to it.
Well, I seen one of an exorcist, and he was on Tucker Carlson, and he was saying some pretty outlandish things. Because for one, it's not by your power that you would cast out demons. You know, nobody has that kind of.
It's the name of Jesus, yeah.
Only Jesus, right? Okay, but this exorcist on Tucker Carlson was talking about how there's a rivalry in heaven, and how he was in this one instance where he was doing an exorcism, and somehow or another the demon supposedly or whatever was scared, and that priest or whatever it was said that he brought up the name Joan of Arc, and apparently Joan of Arc, Saint Joan of Arc, was what casted out that demon. And I know that that's a crock because, you know, Jesus and Jesus alone. Like, I mean, I guess he could send something, but I don't see Joan of Arc just showing up to, you know, have authority to cast out a demon.
And that's the questionable thing about the Catholics is all the saint worship and the Mary worship. It's like we have a direct line to the one true God, so we don't do all that. But to go with what you're saying, this is why people will cry out, "Oh Lord, our Lord, we cast out demons in your name. We did all this in your name." Whenever he says, "Depart from me, I knew ye not," he doesn't say they didn't do that stuff. And that's kind of scary to think about. But it's also like Jesus's name holds so much power that even Judas could heal and cast out demons with his name, even being the one that was going to stab Jesus in the back.
Well, absolutely, because in the Bible itself, there's a passage that a lot of people get mad when they even think about the word false prophet or something, right? And they get mad and they say all this stuff. But when you read the Bible, it actually says that there are some that preach Jesus out of scorn, some that do it out of this motivation or that motivation, and then some that do it out of truth and love. But he said, nevertheless, Christ is being preached, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and I think you're meeting people where they're at, because Jack's always scolding me on this hippie thing. I'm like, love, love, love. And I think he wears the word out. Like love sometimes can be like not letting a heroin addict have what they want the most, you know, and they're going to be miserable and sick. But that's love. Like sometimes love is departing from your enemy so God can handle them without you being in the way to take some of that wrath if you're too close to that situation, you know?
Where you are.
That happened. Sorry, go ahead.
You know where you are right now, Michael?
Yeah.
Obnoxious.
Yeah. Well, what happened with me was something like that. After I got beat up with the baseball bat, that guy, you know, I never told on him or nothing. And I would see him walking around or whatever, and I was real, you know, angry and all this stuff. But eventually I moved away, and I did just let God take care of it, and I forgave him and everything. And my mother called and told me that he broke his neck in a car accident about a year ago or something. And my first instinct was like, oh yes, you know, I'm glad he's finally getting his or whatever. But then immediately I had to repent and I had to stop myself. And I had to, you know, ask God for forgiveness, because really I don't wish vengeance upon him, because that's God's territory for him to take out vengeance.
Yeah. I've had my same walk in that, like as a teenager and like a mid-20s guy, I would have my faith, because it's like anytime someone wronged me and I left it alone, I always got to see the repercussion. And then I actually had to, like you're saying, I had to learn not to enjoy that. And now things will happen to people that wrong me and almost like feel for them, rather than whenever I was younger, like, yeah, thanks for having my back, God. Yeah, get him in the eyes like they did to me, you know? And now it's like, man, it's just too bad. It's too bad I didn't reach him, or whatever the situation is. Like before I moved to Colorado, this kid got some guys with him and home invaded me because I was kind of a swag dealer. And while I was out here, he just straight OD'd in his kitchen. And I felt bad because I know he had like kids with some girl. And that girl was fucking one of the city police, which was crazy in itself. But I just felt bad for like her and those kids at that point, that his dumbass even just OD'd himself out of life now and left his family hanging.
That's a kind
It is
of a common thing, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
No.
So,
Yeah.
do you think PTSD is a mental illness?
Now, I did have PTSD for a while after that home invasion. Because, like, I was in a multi-person brawl in my living room thinking, like, nobody knows we're in here. This could go on for, who knows how this ends? It could go on for hours, you know? And so for a couple weeks after that, and eventually, like, after I didn't live there, it was, like, fine. But I definitely had some PTSD from that.
And that's understandable. I don't think it's a mental illness. I think it's a way that our body handles trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I was diagnosed with PTSD by the doctor, you know, because not to talk about it too much and stuff, but when that guy was beating me up with a baseball bat, he hit me like 7, 8 times swinging down, you know. I threw my arms up. It's a one
like overhead.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But they diagnosed me with PTSD, and to be honest, for a while I kind of felt that way because I would like play it back in my mind or whatever, you know, be real angry and have outbursts. But the closer I got to God, the more I realized that was more of a self-loathing thing, because I was high on pain pills, you know, and I was saying to myself, oh, if I wasn't high, I wouldn't have got, you know. So it's kind of like a type of regret or something like that. I feel like something that you're clinging on to, you wished you could have changed, but you couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I think it's more the what ifs. It's looking at the worst case scenario that could happen after something like that. And so I really don't think that it's a mental illness. It's just the results of trauma. What happened?
Well, life being all, you know, proud, lover of self, giving himself the can.
What's world?
Yeah.
What's on your mind? What's on your heart?
Whoa.
That guy's out of here.
That was
Kind
unusual.
of felt something may have been up, you know.
Yeah.
Sounded like a circus.
Something like that. We may got a new guest, you know.
Oh, you were bringing somebody up?
Yeah.
But you know what? It seems to happen when we are having a discussion about Christ or anything like that.
Keep it, you know, I give everybody a chance, you know what I mean? We've
Yeah.
all been on somebody's stream. We all could name a stream, a dozen streams, you know, where maybe our point of view or maybe our opinions didn't really align, and, you know, kind of got the boot or the shaft. You know, we've all kind of been there, done that. So I try to give everybody a chance for the most part. But yeah, I don't know what was going on there.
Yeah.
That's what I liked about my first channel, is I won some of these hacker porn bombers over enough that a few times they showed up and just like talked for a while. And then they'd always leave with like ear rape or something like that, you know, they're going to drop. But yeah, I tried to make a place with I did some graphics and some things where, like, even if they porn bombed, it wouldn't be enough for TOS. And I was a place where they could share their thoughts too for a while.
Yeah, no doubt.
And then sometimes only I could see in the backstage what they're doing. I just, oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's terrible right there. You're a sick puppy.
Yeah. I've had.
Well, I can't unsee that one. That one's burned into my retinas.
Right.
Feel free, click the link. I dare you. I don't think you'll do it. I think you'll talk about it. I think you'll think about it, but I don't think you'll actually click it. You know?
Man, the first time, there's this guy you guys might have heard of. His name's Tommy Temper. The first time I ever went over to his channel just to watch, Truther Cop was in the chat too. And right when I showed up, he had like 3 people on panel. 2 of them are like gore porn, and one of them's a midget jerking off. And for some reason, he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know how to remove people or what. He's just like, what do I do? What do I do? And I just showed up for the first time. I'm like, this is incredible. What's happening right now? It was insane. It was chaos.
Oh my goodness.
You know, that's the thing about Watch World. You know, it's a little bit of everything and nothing. You never know what you might get. You know, who knows if we make it to that level? You know, maybe in the backstage. You know, I can neither confirm nor deny what's happened back there. You know,
Yeah.
What's panel is like a box of chocolates.
And I like having other new people on panel, different conversations, views.
Yeah, and me and Watts circles, that's what I think everybody desires, and I don't know how long it's going to take to get that. Dang, truck!
Careful, man. Let me know what life. Tell them to slow down, man. We don't play that up here.
So in your guys' area, I can't wrap my head around these kids. I mean, when we were growing up, you wanted like a loud performance car or whatever, but these kids are literally sacrificing their mufflers and carburetors and timing to just make their cars sound like an off-timing machine gun, just going down the road like boop, 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 bap, 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 bap. And it's like, that's the thing now? Like, that's what you want? It's horrible. And I can only imagine war veterans and shit.
The more horrible it sounds, the cooler it is, you know?
I don't have that
either brains.
Like, is the flex that you're going to pay for all that car maintenance? Like, yeah, it's like a flex. It's the mechanic. It's a flex. I can pay for it.
They have an extended car insurance policy, you know? They're the people who are paying for those things.
We don't have that here in West Virginia. Normally in West Virginia, you see or hear like a loud Subaru or something, but you know.
And I think in my area, West Virginia, there was like actually a noise ordinance to vehicles you could get cited for, and that's what it is. I don't think they have that out here, and it's ridiculous.
No, we have some pretty loud vehicles here.
Well, I assume that some of that, if you're saying that they are driving down the road and it sounds like guns going off almost, I'd say that some of that might be people trying to cover up criminal activity as well.
Now,
I mean, I'm not going to say for sure.
Don't get me wrong. Even when I lived in an apartment, I'd occasionally like stop on my stream and go, listen, you guys hear that? And you'd hear people shooting off in the distance. Because, I mean, it's Denver. It's metropolitan. But these guys actually drive by where I don't even know what they're doing. They're engines and carburetors, but they think it's cool. And when I first moved out here, Michael, the thing that amazed me, what's it called that you got to get the inspection? It's like a mechanic inspection whenever you redo your registration on your car.
It's just an annual inspection sticker.
Yeah, that ain't a thing out here. Like, I remember I had that 76 Charger back there. If there was a little pinhole of rust, he's like, I can't pass this until you fill that pinhole. Out here, if it can keep the speed limit, you can pretty much drive it. It's crazy.
It's fair game.
Yep.
Add max it if you got to.
Yep.
I couldn't imagine. You know, here in West Virginia, a lot of people fail inspection because when they use salt and stuff, it doesn't do well here, and it eats a lot of the older cars up. So if you find an older car here in West Virginia, like an 80s model truck or something, and it don't have rust in it, you found a gem. But, you know, people fail for that. I couldn't imagine somebody going through with a rotted floorboard and somebody's feet hanging out of it.
Yeah. And then, but out here, well, just in Denver, they have emissions inspection because for years, if you took a picture of like Denver from the outskirts, just a wide pan of the city, you could see like the brown cloud over it. And ever since they did emissions for Denver, that's cleared up. But I used to use an address from the Springs. They don't do emissions in the Springs. So I just keep my address registered there. I'd have to drive down the Springs to redo my registration, but I didn't have to worry about emissions.
So, Tom, there's a question in chat for you.
I bet. Probably about meth or underage girls or something. I know how the chat is. Let me
No,
see if I can find it.
we have good chat. What are your thoughts on Antarctica? Just in case I never see you again. And this is for sure.
He gets that. Actually, he gets asked that a lot. Really, believe it or not.
Yeah, that's more of my Christian tinfoil. There's not, whenever we had Noah's flood to cleanse of the abominations, there's not a mountain that was high enough to escape that flood. But I suspect there are underground tunnel systems. As you know, when tunnels flood, further back in the tunnel doesn't necessarily flood. I think that big hole in Antarctica we can't see on Google Earth, and where Hitler was like down there doing stuff that we took over, I think that's probably connected with all these Tic Tac craft and where things will come from, because they were always here. They're not coming down from space. They might pose that to make us think, oh, they just came down from space. But all these Tic Tac craft we've monitored, they've always just been already flying around here, and I think they come from Antarctica. And there are parts of Antarctica that you get one chance at rifle point to turn around and leave, and they're not going to ask again. And then some of the more scientific places, a guy actually came to my college classes and talked about it. And that's just the typical, like, you take everything out that you bring down and you recycle everything you can. Like they'd use their used motor oil to like heat stuff, and the solar panels would help heat water. Like you're just trying not to base and put a foundation down. But there's also a silent war of every country sending pregnant women down there to have their babies in Antarctica to claim native whenever somebody actually tries to take Antarctica. But yeah, I think there's some weird, probably nefarious stuff going on where we can't go or see it.
No doubt.
Now, as far as nobody flying over it, it's just because there's not a flight path from any airport that would make sense to cross under. There's no reason to fly over the middle of Antarctica on any country-to-country flight. But there's definitely an effort to not let us see or go there the same way you can't see Dick Cheney's house on Google Earth.
I would say, allegedly, if you were a hybrid thing with intelligence like that.
And I've been called that, yeah.
Well, no. I'm just saying in general, like you call them the Nephilim or whatever. But let's say, hypothetically, I could see them surviving a flood if they were to find a volcanic cave. Because if there's volcanic eruption, eventually they're going to have a rock formation blocking the water. So they would be sustained if that were the case. But Antarctica is also one of the places that they blur out a lot, on the map and everything. And there's some structures that people have allegedly seen. And
you ever watch Florida Maquis?
No, I've never heard of it.
He's a little out there, but he has Google Earth Pro. And with Google Earth Pro, you can go back to any of the, like whenever the Google satellites take their pictures and then it updates them, you can go back to any of the old pictures the satellites took. And he pays meticulous attention to the shadows on the snow and then correlates it to, is there something there casting it? Like this shadow looks like a watchtower or something, but there's nothing here in the snow. So something's obviously edited out, because the shadow's showing like crags or length or whatever. And he does kind of get in the weeds. Like when the Sphinx and the pyramids were like a rainforest, I imagine that's when Antarctica was also like some kind of lush thing that's iced over to this day. So yeah, it's hard to tell what kind of caverns and maybe even underground cities there might be there.
Also, the North Pole, because the closer you get to the points of the pole to where the solar radiation actually filters into the planet, nobody can go within a certain distance of that point, because the radiation, it will instantly cook you like a microwave. because that's what happens. The magnetic sphere, protective sphere of the Earth, directs all the solar winds and radiation into certain points in the Earth, and it cycles out, and all that stuff. And that's why when you have a CME or a solar flare or a plasma burst or whatever various kind of space phenomena, it will cause earthquakes, volcanic eruptions,
Mhm.
all sorts of stuff. So I'd say that there's points at some point on either pole where it's some type of hollow area that you just can't go.
Yeah, and just to trigger any flatties out there, that's the terminology. We technically wouldn't have to say north or south. The north is the Arctic, and the south is the Antarctic, and that's how we would tell or differentiate which one we're talking about. And then, like you're saying, the magnetic pole is just like a battery has magnetic north, magnetic south. I mean, it's there. We didn't have to go down with Jaren to watch the sun stay up for 24 hours. But if that's what it took for the young man, so be it. Oh, mic drop. Mic drop on the Arctic, Antarctic.
Yeah. Probably nobody might not know the full story of all of that, because the Bible does say that there are things that will be a secret or a mystery. But with that being said, I want you to think about maybe 2 years ago now, that whole ordeal in Miami. I believe it was Miami, at the mall, where something happened, and a lot of people are kind of unsure as to what happened because the government took all the surveillance cameras. But something happened, and they had to call in, I don't know how many squad cars it was when they showed the footage on the news. It was like miles of squad cars. But they said that it was children that were in the mall setting off fireworks, and that was the cover story for it.
Oh, that
And
was in Florida.
when they
I'm
did
not
show
sure.
the
I can't remember.
footage,
Yeah.
I would strain my eyes because they'd be like, yeah, there's the thing. There's the thing. Look how it's kind of like tall and it grows. And my eyes couldn't find it. But I did. The one I like is the one they showed in the Middle East. It was like some kind of predator camo drone, but you could tell there was little like arms. And the squid drone, I think they called it. That one looked cool, I thought. Looked like some kind of Star Wars floating droid, but it had like the predator see-through cloak to it.
I like it.
It was just kind of moving over the desert. That's the one I thought was pretty cool. But down in Colorado Springs, sitting in a drive-through, I did see a Tic Tac craft with my own eyes. It stood out because on a clear blue sky, it was sitting perfectly still. And right as I reached over the driver's side, I was going to tap my friend and go, hey, look at this. As soon as I tried to suck in air to say, hey, it just went yoink out past the mountain range. And I was like, all right, I'm one of those people now. I just saw one of those things. Now I'm one of those guys. And yeah, it's like I saw it. Can't tell you what it is, but I saw it.
Well, and that's I guess you would call it demonic aspect of them. Because, for one, any intelligent creature that's coming to this planet that is obviously more advanced than us is not going to tiptoe around and hide from us and kind of like do a cat and mouse game. They're just going to show up because they're superior,
I mean, that's how the Antichrist will appear to be some kind of Messiah type godlike thing. He'll perform these things. Yeah.
I think it's worse because you're in that area.
Well,
area
here in West Virginia, in some counties, like I said, there's a whole lot of nothing. So you can go out and there's not very much light pollution. Granted, there's going to be some because, unless you're in the middle of the ocean or somewhere else outside the planet, light pollution is there. But on clear nights and stuff, you can see I've seen some crazy things in the sky.
Oh yeah.
And sometimes it's just like what you said. Whenever I notice it, I put my attention on it, and I'm trying to like either get a picture or whatever, it'll just fly away. Like it knows, you know.
Yeah, because I don't know if you guys know this, but Hitler was down in Antarctica making like these hover and levitation crafts, and the way he was getting this knowledge was his psychics were in contact with whatever, I believe, obviously, nefarious entities. And even the lowest form of angel or demon or fallen angel, all of our physics and science and languages are petty, like easy child's play to them. And so it wouldn't be anything for them. Oh yeah, gravity works like this voltage level, you tap this realm of voltage, this plus this, and carry the two. It's easy, you know? But they're giving us that information just like they taught Cain and others the tools of war, you know? And the same way America had our Philadelphia experiment, I think Hitler had his hovercraft stuff, and however you were getting that information, I think they're just feeding us that to carry out the overall prophecy in the long run.
Technically, even before Hitler, you had Nikola Tesla, which when he died, the government seized a lot of his assets and research. And coincidentally, Donald Trump's uncle, which I believe was the some college, something to do with some college. I think he was a professor or a college president. I can't remember. But anyway, he was actually in charge of overseeing what Nikola Tesla was doing and stuff. And when he was asked about it, he said there was a whole lot of nothing, really. You know, he didn't.
Right. Yeah. Nothing to see here. Move along. No, that's how I think you would make a craft with no wings or propulsion visible. You have to have so much power. It's just defying against the force of gravity. And Tesla could tap the I'll call it the infinite voltage realm, where voltage apparently just exists if you get there, and that's how you'd power something like that.
Voltage does exist everywhere because every single molecule has electrons.
Right.
And electrons is what causes the electric aspect. And that's just kind of literally everywhere and everything.
Right, because he wanted to power everything through the air, and he had those giant coils. It's funny you brought him up because he did most of his work like about 60 miles from where my ass is standing right now. But yeah, I mean, now they're finally having us. I've heard there's like security cameras that charge themselves off of Wi-Fi signals and stuff. But Tesla was already on some level trying to just send power everywhere through the air. So it's hard to tell what they've held. And what is it we say? Whatever they show us, they've got to be like 10 or 20 years ahead of whatever they're showing us.
I would say 500 years, but that's just my personal belief.
And then on this conversation, I'd say the most advancement is something out of our hands that our elites are just following their lead. Because there's this funny aspect that is like just that wily level you'd expect from Lucifer. Sure, he's got all these world power elites, CEOs that are willing to poison and destroy their fellow man for money and power. But the whole time they didn't even realize, unbeknownst, all these microplastics are getting all of us. And Lucifer is like, see, I got you. You thought I was going to help you turn against your fellow man, money and power. I got your family too with the microplastics the whole time. I was getting y'all. Satan. So they're not even safe. And if anything's ailing anybody, if you're worried about cancer or whatever it is you're trying to run from, there's always something, man. Just enjoy the 75-ish years if you get that. You're not. Everybody has microplastics in their blood at this point.
Not even just that, but yes, because when you read the Bible and you hear things like when it says all is vanity, and that there's one thing that befalleth a fool that befalleth a wise man and the beast of the field, and they all die. It's indiscriminately. At some point, you are going to die, like your body is. There's no getting away from that.
Don't even make me impatient. Don't threaten me with a good time. Sometimes I'm like, Lord, how much longer? But and just in that right of what you're saying, it kind of pains me, like growing up as a young man and stuff. But one day recently, somebody spoke a sermon on, oh my God, this multi-billion cosmetics industry is just fueling our lust and unclean eye. And had we been like more Christian, like it's like, no wife of mine is gonna wear that makeup.
Wow.
I mean, we've procreated already. What's she trying to get heads to turn so that they have committed adultery just at the look and thought? Like, man, it's beast system, bro. Don't get me wrong. Ladies look beautiful, but yeah, when you think about how often it's like they have to look fertile and blushed and everything, it's like, man, that's kind of ingrained into our culture. And
well, everything is. When you read the book of Enoch, you find out that it says that the fallen angels taught women and how to adorn makeup, and it taught metalworks, and they taught how to cut roots and splice things, like basically, domesticating stuff almost.
And like kind of where witchcraft meets our medication system.
Yeah, cutting cutting roots, pharmakia, because pharmakia is actually the Greek word for sorcery.
And pharmacy, that's where we get pharmacy.
And that's why the medical insignia is the serpents going down the trident.
Mm-hmm.
But really, technically, all of it, because the Senate is from Rome. The Congress, I think, and the House of Representatives is from Greece. We've got aspects of Egypt in our judicial law system.
Oh,
so
all over really, DC. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it's really kind of a mashup of all these other kingdoms that were, obviously superpowers, but, they weren't very good in their practices.
The way the founding fathers were playing us is they really are like Skull and Bones secret society members. And they came over to America to try and resurrect this Luciferian thing, because when everybody separated into languages at the Tower of Babel, whenever we hear like Gilgamesh and Osiris and Nimrod, they're all talking about the same person. And so when Osiris's body was chopped up into 14 pieces and spread across the land, his wife only found 13 pieces. And the one piece she couldn't find was that pleasure piece. And that's why all these countries have that phallic monument of stone to represent his penis that she couldn't find. And so Christians capitalize the G in the name of God to show that's the one true God. And the way they fool us on our money and stuff is they just all caps it so you don't notice they're not trying to capitalize the G. They just capitalize it all to like sneak it under. And it really all over the centuries has been adding up to kind of where we're at. I used to think it was crazy, but a lot of the Iran war and stuff was seeking out some certain tombs and some DNA of entities and things. And it's all kind of, and of course, searching for the Ark, all that jazz. And just like with the mythology thing, it sounds like I'm talking some crazy sci-fi movie because keep it under wraps, make it all sound fake. Because who would buy that? No, these were aliens. Everybody's gone because alien abduction, guys. Come on. Some magic man in the sky is taking his children back. Come on, you're crazy. Aliens.
They say 1 in 4 Panelverse members have been abducted by aliens at some time. 1 in 4 Panelverse.
Yeah, I was starting to look into some of the clones too, because at least with Jim Carrey and Kanye West, it's not, I don't care about how they look. They're speaking totally backwards of what they used to stand on. And so I think it's either like a CIA guy a la Joe Biden with just a skin mask on, or maybe they're cloning motherfuckers.
Let the Clone Wars begin.
Right.
First off, me personally, when I talk about that area down there you was talking about with Osiris or whatever, I call it a unit. And that's just what I use. That word outside, it's just a unit. But anyway,
Yeah. Phallic.
yeah. But like I said, I guess because it sounds dramatic when you call it a unit. But that's the word I use for it. But anyway, they did say recently, I think sitting Congress members, I think, have said that they were briefed on some weird hybrid breeding program thing. And that's what I'm saying. Eventually, if you live long enough, you will encounter something that will not make sense.
In China, I hear China's already doing it because they were already trying to make soldiers with like dulled nerve sensing for like pain resistance and hyper athletic, but then also, like Alex Jones said, they were splicing some animals, and they need these abominations. If these Nephilim spirits are going to get back in the mix, they are going to have to create some abominations. And I think even Jesus kind of told us in some passages, not everybody's alive, not everybody's born of water, not everybody's real in a sense, you know. And I think maybe even that's why he was like, let the dead bury the dead, man. I'm about my Father's business. Like, let those people that aren't even alive bury those dead people. We're busy.
Well, also, that's why it says, be careful entertaining strangers because you may entertain angels unaware, good or bad.
Yeah, and he also described, like, I make this joke. It's like Jesus told us 7 types of people you're not supposed to help, and Jack Talcott's like 5 of them.
Talcott is an interesting individual.
Yeah, that's a neutral word. That's a non-hostile word to use. I agree. He's fascinating. Let's use his word. He's fascinating.
Yeah.
I think the thing, like, I've accepted that he's probably strong delusion. You're not going to reach him. Like, watch him for your entertainment. Now I'm trying to decide which people are actually buying into it and who's just shining him on. Because that's what blows my mind even more than somebody can be like Talcott. It's like there's people just falling in line, wanting to be his team and do things for him. And I'm like, I just really don't get any substance. It sounds like a lot of looping nothingness.
Who knows where these plants come from? Somebody's growing these plants. They're putting them out.
Well,
yeah,
and that's very clear because Jesus in a parable said that the enemy sowed some seeds and that the enemy was, Satan. So that's obviously where the plants come from. There's only 2 places the plants come from.
And you just reminded me of this. This is once again a thing I never heard in church growing up until recently, like just going through my studies. People are always asking, oh, if God's so great, if God's so good, why does he let Satan go? Why does he let all this evil happen? And in that parable of the man worked hard, he sowed his seeds, had a good crop, and his enemies came along and sowed like weeds and bad plants in. And he said, don't pull them up because you'll pull up the good weeds with them. And he was kind of saying, like, this is a process that just has to play out. Like, yeah, there's bad weeds in there, but if we pull those bad weeds up, it's going to take the good stuff with it. And you just have to play it out.
Well, definitely, because we don't go around calling each other wheat and tares. We go around calling each other brother, sister, mother, cousin, friend, And but one thing when you read the Bible, you realize is that bad things happen. It's not like it's not something that we don't deserve anyway, because it says very clearly that we all are deserving of death. Because look at how long we've had as a species to do the right thing, and we're still ailed by the same problems they had in the past with self, you know.
Hold that thought though. What life are you?
So, greetings, welcome. What brings you to Watch World? What's on your mind? What's on your heart? Speak to it. I'm sensing something telepathically, but most of my audience, I don't think has that telepathic gene. Please,
Are you talking to me?
Costco?
Yeah. No, I'm doing fine. I was just tuning into your live, and I saw that there was an open panel.
I got you. Are you honor able? Are you trust able? Do you have the ability to be commune able?
Of course. Yeah.
You know, sometimes we do get a little wet and wild here in the after hours of Watts World, but you know, we wasn't really going to take it to the lonely fans hour yet. Just kind of.
Yeah, no,
Feel
yeah,
free.
no, that's not what I'm about.
Chime in as needed.
So yeah, Michael, I think on that point, another thing God kind of did with that 6-hour crucifixion, that with his sleep deprivity and everything, he was at the height of nerve response and pain. The same way cops have to like get maced and tased before they do that to people. There's virtually nothing we can go through that he can't be like, no, I feel you. Me too. I took that too. I got you. We're going to be all right. You're going to be all right.
Are you guys like open to radical points of view that are opposing to your worldview?
Sure, as long as not too Talcottian.
I don't care what you believe.
Yeah.
For the most part.
I am always open to hearing it. Yeah, I don't want to be in an echo chamber.
Are you open to exactly the echo chamber thing? Basically, are you open to scrutiny of your worldview?
Yeah, I like to be challenged.
Yeah. That me too. That's why I like philosophy and theology in particular. But yeah, I heard some things that you were talking about, and there's problems with it, right? The Christian theology, most Christians who read the Bible and use the 5 solas or like, you know, lean on scripture only. There's a lot of ontological problems, metaphysical problems. And I would like to address those if you want to get into them.
I mean, a problem is subjective though, right?
No, it's not.
All right, well.
May I ask the person's name?
Yeah, I mean, you can just put me on the panel, right?
Yeah, Watt, I mean, I'd risk it. I mean, Watt, I don't think he's going to do nothing, but you always have a couple of seconds of...
yeah, I'm absolutely not going to do anything. I don't like that stuff. I'm not into that stuff.
See, mine pull up to this point.
And just like with my fellow outdoorsmen, all of them that say they're not going to steal or they don't steal, they end up stealing. But I just feel the vibe from you.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that.
All porn bombers say they're not going to porn bomb.
Yeah, I get that.
But yeah, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, so I think it was Michael that was speaking with you, right? You guys were having a dialogue just previously. There's this. Are you familiar with the philosophical terms being and becoming?
I mean, I get the terms. I'm not sure philosophically, but go on.
Yeah, so being is something that is, you know, eternal and permanent, and becoming is something that's happening. It's in flux, it's temporal, and it's impermanent. It changes constantly. I guess my main question, right, ontologically, how does creation work? How does most? Let me back up. Most Abrahamic adherents, whether you're Jewish, Christian, or Islamic, most of them believe in creatio ex nihilo. Are you familiar with that theological concept?
No, and I'm open to hearing it, but just there, I just wanted to say, like, I know we say the 3 Abrahamics, but the Christianity would agree that, like, the Jewish and Islamic are in an offset, deceived form, because the main line of Christianity is that Christ is God incarnate, and that's where Muslims and Jews would disagree, and that's the hard line difference, pretty much.
Well, yeah, I mean, each one of those religions respectively would say that the others are wrong, or else they would just be universalists, right? They would just be secular humanists. There's a reason a Jew is a Jew and not an Islam, not a Muslim, right? And there's a reason a Christian is not a Jew and not a Muslim.
And I wouldn't say they're necessarily wrong, because the Jews are just Old Testamenting, and then they don't buy into the New Testament. But where I meet them is like, no, they're right on that. They're just not Christian. But yeah, go on. I forget the word.
Yeah, not to deviate, right? So like my point isn't that they agree. I'm not saying they agree. All of them are Abrahamic, and what they do agree on is this a theological notion called creatio ex nihilo, and it means creation out of nothing. Okay? Are you with me?
Isn't that atheism?
No, this is Abrahamic. Mainly, there are other religions that aren't Abrahamic, but very few. The idea is that there's no pre-existing substance, and this divinity, a God, creates things out of nothing. He brings something into existence out of nothing. That's what Jews believe, Christians and Muslims believe.
Yes.
Okay. So my question to adherents of these faiths is, how does that work? How do you start with nothing and bring something into existence?
Because
You mean in the sense of believing that there was a creator?
Yes. How does that work, right? How do we know creation is actually a thing?
Well, just not, I mean, I'll give everybody a chance. Mine's kind of fast. The same way that if I walk out onto the street here and I see like these lights on these poles in this building, and it seems.
Whoops.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. He talked himself right off. I don't know what happened. The interwebs probably got him. He'll rejoin us at some point, I'm sure.
He hit the button.
Yeah, he pressed the wrong button.
And so God is all. So he can create whatever he wants. There's no way you can look at this earth and how everything works in perfect synchronicity, even the humans, to an extent. There's no denying that it's God.
Well, there are alternate views, right? There are different explanations, but
yes,
but people are unfamiliar with them, right? We can't. It's hard for us to wrap our minds around until we're presented those different options.
Well, if
Oh,
you're, are you speaking of like the Big Bang Theory?
No.
Okay.
So I'm not an atheist. Full disclosure, right? I'm not an atheist. That's not my claim. We'll get there slowly. So you said God is all, right? Creatio ex nihilo posits that there is nothing. There is a nothing. Are you saying that nothing is a part of the all?
I'm saying that he's a living spirit. And that's why when we receive the Holy Spirit, you know it. And so most Christians who have experienced that, there is no swaying them. You cannot change their belief or their experiences. You can't explain it away with any kind of science, philosophy, anything else.
Would you say that the Holy Spirit is a feeling?
No.
Would you say it's like intuitive?
I would say it is like the ultimate energy moving through you.
So a feeling?
No, it is real.
So you're saying feelings aren't real? I'm not saying that. That's not what I mean by feelings. Do you
I'm
feel the
not,
Holy Spirit? Like,
I'm not,
it's real, right? Like, I agree that feelings are real.
yes, feelings are real, emotions are real, but this is more than that.
Okay, I guess to get the answer out of you, how do you perceive the Holy Spirit?
Perceive it.
Yeah, how do you sense the Holy Spirit? Is it like intuitively recollected? Is it something deep within you, like a nostalgic feeling? Or is it like you said, you just said, you gave me a pretty good hint. You said, it's like an energy that runs through you. Is that felt?
Yes.
So it's a feeling, right?
Not you can call it a feeling. I'm calling it is undeniable, the Holy Spirit.
Would you agree that feelings can be deceiving? Sort of like sensory perception can be deceiving. Like you can't always believe what you see or hear or feel, like touch or smell.
I believe that there's some things that you wouldn't believe that you hear and see, because seeing, our perception is not quite the way it really is. Whenever we visually see something, you can only see so far, and sometimes you can make out what you want it to be.
Yeah, there are illusions, right? We can
Yeah.
agree that there's a such thing as illusion.
Yes.
Yeah. Now,
Like when you're
is it?
driving in the desert and see a pond of water.
Yeah,
That's
mirage. Hmm.
yes.
Is it possible that your sensation or your feeling of the Holy Spirit could be a quote unquote mirage?
No,
Okay. My next question is this. So, are you created by a Holy Spirit? Do you come out of nothing from a Holy Spirit?
I believe so, yes. I don't come out of nothing. It's we are born. So I don't understand the question.
Yeah. So most Christians, like Christian theology, the church fathers, the priests, the clergy, the doctrine is that God actually made you out of nothing. He
Yes,
poofed you into existence. He made you something out of nothing to begin with. That's the actual doctrine of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam.
yes.
So you believe that you were once nothing.
No. I believe that we are
You
still
disagree with the doctrine, is what you're saying. In short, you don't fully agree with the doctrine.
no, I believe that God created human, Adam and Eve, but I also believe that we are spirits until it's our turn to come into existence through birth.
Gotcha. So another part of the Christian doctrine is that there's a tripartite. So a human being is a composite being, and it's tripartite. These parts are spirit, soul, and body. They
Yes,
don't say that you are a spirit. Christianity doesn't claim that you are a spirit. it claims that you're a soul fashioned by a father, made out of nothing.
So explain to me why my 6-year-old daughter would, through a little game that we would play, say that I couldn't love her more than she loves me because she chose me. How would you explain that? Because children still, from birth till society corrupts, know that spirit.
It's a little vague. What you're saying is pretty anecdotal. You're gonna have to give me more. You explain more what you mean.
I just truly believe that she was telling the truth, that it can be angels, it can be spirits, it can be whatever people want to call them, but I believe that they exist, and I believe her when she said she chose me as her mother. I believe that that is possible.
Yeah.
And even though it could be a rough life for that that child when they, through childhood and adulthood, it's still, there's a purpose for it. Everyone has a purpose on this earth, or we wouldn't be here.
No, I agree with that. Um, so I think the problem here, and you may not see this as a problem, and it's not like a point of contention or anything. I'm not, it's not like upsetting anyone. That's not what I mean by problem here. But I think you are mixing different doctrines together. Your worldview is an amalgamation of different sorts of Christianity.
That's because I don't follow a doctrine. I don't.
Yeah, then that's fair. That's good. That's good. Right? So like what you're describing is a sort of Christian mysticism, and I would agree with that more than the mainstream hardline Christianity like Orthodox and Catholicism. I would say what you're describing as far as your daughter, was that what it was? Your daughter is who you're referring to?
That was just one experience. I mean,
Your daughter, that so like Rosicrucianism has a very detailed, nuanced explanation for why that occurs, right?
I am familiar.
Yeah, they actually explain that very well as
Yes.
somebody who went through, the entirety of the Rosicrucian order. So like that's a thing, right? But to not
Yes.
deviate, right? The whole reason I came in here is because it's the first principles that are the problem. Most of us tend to, when we're dealing with religion, more specifically metaphysics, things that are beyond corporeal matter, like things that you can feel and directly sense, what Christianity would call immaterial. When you're dealing with things that are so far removed from sensory perception, the more subtle things, we tend to skip first principles and we go straight to these, claims that require tedious and meticulous steps to get there, to prove them, to actually know that that's the case. And that's why I'm opening up this discussion to begin with, is that I feel like the first principles lead us to make wild claims that we think are true. We want to believe they're true. We intuit and feel that they're true, but they're actually not. They're actually deceptions. They're highly illusory perceptions that we have, that we identify as reality when they're not. That's the problem, right?
May I
Like,
ask you a question?
yes.
You said that you were fully studied in the Rosicrucian order.
Yes.
Okay. in the
Not
teaching.
Amwork. So there are different Rosicrucian orders. Just to preface, right? I didn't mean to cut you off. Forgive me. But specifically, I'm referring to the Fraternitas Rosicrucius, the FRC, located in Philadelphia.
Yes.
So,
And so in the teachings, don't they isn't it through Jesus in the teachings?
yeah,
Isn't
it
that
is.
why there's a rosy cross?
Well, no, the Rosy Cross isn't necessarily dependent on Yod Hey Shin Vau Hey. It's not necessarily dependent on Jesus, right? Jesus is just the mythos, the mythological aspect of Rosicrucianism that adds, because in Rosicrucianism, history is not a fixed thing. Mythology is more important than history. It's something that's actually more tangible. It's more spiritual than material. So Jesus is the story of Jesus, the New Testament, the Gospels, the Pauline epistles specifically. These things are used as like the bones or the skeleton or the framework to explain their esoteric worldview. So it's not necessarily dependent on it, right? The Rose Cross are general symbols. One being the spirit and one being the soul, right? I would say the spirit, but they would say the soul and the body. The soul blooming and unfolding and overtaking the body, which is the cross.
So you don't see the cross where Jesus gave his life for our sins.
Well, Jesus would be the rose, right? It's just an analogy for the individual, right? The Rosicrucians don't believe that your salvation depends upon a historical person. They are saying that it's a motif. Jesus is a mythological motif that represents your own process, your own development that you eventually will achieve. Everyone is Jesus in Rosicrucianism. Everyone is God in Rosicrucianism. We are all gods.
Well, that's not.
I don't agree with it, right? I'm not saying that I agree with Rosicrucianism, but this is what Rosicrucianism is.
May I have some words in?
Yeah, please.
Okay. When you read the Bible, God did fashion the earth out of nothing because he was a spirit and there was no physical matter necessarily. It was just water upon the face of the deep, and the earth was formed without void.
Yeah.
And so he spoke into existence the things that sprung up out of that void. And, we, our flesh, like the skin and everything, it came from the dust of the earth. So we weren't inherently created out of nothing, but by proxy in a way. But your spirit came from God because it said that he breathed he breathed his breath into you.
Yeah.
So that's where the spirit would come from. That is something that's different than metaphysical matter. And the whole point of the Bible is that you have to do it by faith and faith alone, because facts and figures, data points, presentations, all that stuff changes. But the Spirit of God does not change. And to ask your question about whether or not the Holy Spirit was a feeling, you can tell it's more than a feeling, because whenever the Holy Spirit hits you, not only do you have discernment, but you also
hold on. Did you say descendment?
Discernment.
Oh, discernment. Okay.
Yes, sir. But also things from the Bible, certain passages in scriptures, you can get an insight of that. Like stuff will hit your head that you weren't even thinking of. And it's like, for me anyway, it's like
Yeah.
something where like
Revelation. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, sir. Uh, so it's more than a feeling. The feeling is the metaphysical part on our behalf. That's how we're in the flesh. Because the flesh is what the metaphysical world is. But if you go scientifically, the metaphysical world is 99% empty space, and it's a bunch of protons, electrons, and atoms, and all this stuff.
Before you continue, I don't mean to cut you off. Let me make myself clear. When I say metaphysics, I mean that in the philosophical sense. So metaphysics simply has to do with being. Being isn't necessarily physical. So when I say metaphysical, I don't mean matter exclusively. It implies matter and spirit, which are separate, like oil and water. So they're not the same thing. And metaphysics spirit is included within metaphysics because it's the study of being, right? If you are a spiritual being, then that is metaphysical. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on my definitions and what I mean by what I say.
No, I understand. But now let me ask you a question. Did Jesus Christ's sacrifice, does that apply to resolve the debt of sin?
So that's what the story says, right? So like you said, this boils down to faith essentially, because history isn't fixed. It's not something that we can prove like without a doubt. There's no 100%. We don't know that these are historical claims. Well, we know they're claims, but we don't know if they're historical facts, right? So are you asking me personally or what the doctrine says?
Well, I'm asking you what you personally believe.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't believe in sin. I think creation is an illusion. I think there's a grand deception that's occurring, and religion is like what they explain in Revelation, what John is trying to explain in Revelations is that the mark is actually religiosity. The mark of the beast is religion. It's this idea that you believe in creation and you identify your reality as becoming. You think that becoming is reality. Not you. Forgive me. I'm saying
No, I understand.
not you, just in general, people who believe in religion wholeheartedly, who don't actually understand the ontology of what, like the first principles of their claims, they slip up and they believe that they're created and that their existence is dependent on some entity outside of them. That's the problem. And that's why, so you notice in John, the Revelator, he says that the majority of the world will be deceived. Well, the majority of the world are religious adherents, right? There are like 3 billion Catholics. There's like 3 or so billion Muslims, 3 or so billion Christians. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? That the majority of the world are religious adherents. The minority are the atheists. Religion is increasing. It's not decreasing.
I would say the opposite, to be honest.
It's not though. So I don't mean to cut you off. Just one more thing real quick. So spirituality is increasing, right? But the way that people believe in spirituality is a form of religiosity. So the New Age community, the New Age movements is a form of religiosity because it relies on faith or belief. It's not something that they claim to know. It's not Gnosticism. It's not Gnosis. It's not something that like people are saying, hey, I know this thing. It's more like vibes, feelings. I think this, I believe this. Those are the words that are used when they describe how they feel about it.
May I? Okay. what you have studied, I totally understand. We all have that energy that flows through us. Jesus even said, "You will do more than I," right? So he was healing people. He was teaching people of different nations that they were all the same, no matter what they believed. Isn't that what he was doing? So, and I have seen that work also, when you can concentrate, pray on something happening to someone. You, you can, you can, I don't even know how you would say it. You can concentrate on that energy going into your hands, and then you don't even have to lay your hands on the person. You can point your hands at the person through a computer even, and a healing can happen. I've seen it done.
Yeah, no, I don't deny that, right? What I'm saying is that material existence, what we call the universe, is an illusion. We identify with it. These interactions that you're having with people, like the one that you just explained over a computer screen, right? The healing hands over vast distances. These
Yes.
spooky phenomena, these spooky interactions, to use a quantum physics term, this all deals with matter, right? Not necessarily corporeal, but matter on like a spectrum, varying from density, like the most dense thing to the most subtle thing. So like you can say that it's an electromagnetic phenomena, right? All these things that deal with matter, I'm saying it's wrong. It's an illusion, and we're identifying with it. Most people believe in becoming as reality. They think that change is reality. They think that like dying is a reality, that being born is a reality. This is why most people believe in creation, is because they think that, from from circumstances like being born, right? But they don't think far enough uh, with it, right? They don't. It's short-sighted. They don't understand that it's actually like a spermazoa that they originally are, right? And then there's an egg, and then there's gestation, right? There's always something that is existing. There's no such thing as nothing. This claim of creatio ex nihilo is an absolute impossibility. It's not a thing. You are not created. You are an eternal being. You've never, inside of becoming, you're in a body, right? And you suffer from a sort of amnesia. You don't know where you come from, but you want to know where you come from. That's the yearning of most human beings within the human condition. They ask that question: what am I? Where am I from? Who is the thing that I'm from? And we usually look to the world for examples, and we see a father and we see a mother, right? And we see birth. So we automatically graft that onto metaphysics, and we say, oh, well, my father must be thou art in heaven, right? And the mother must be the waters. The mother must be Binah of the Kabbalistic tree of life. These kind of concepts are grafted or projected from the human mind. All these things are wrong. You can just circumvent it, right? First principles tell us that creatio ex nihilo is an impossibility. There is no beginning and end to substance.
Nothing is
There,
impossible with God.
say that again.
Nothing is impossible with God.
Well, that's what the doctrine says, right? They say that he's perfect. He's omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent. I would say that omnipresent is actually omniscience, right? To know things, to know everything, you have to be everywhere. You have to be omnipresent. So we can circumvent that. We can just say that there's 3 omnis, right? Instead of listing 4. Most people, when they say the word God, capital God, what they're trying to say or convey to somebody is that there's this transcendent, perfect entity, right? Which implies that he's omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent. There are problems there. There are many problems with that claim. Would you like to go through them, or is it something that doesn't interest you? If it doesn't, we don't need to go through it.
It doesn't interest me.
Okay.
I'm not gonna sway.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
So you follow Jesus, is what you said.
No, I don't. I don't follow
more...
Jesus. Jesus is a deception. That whole Abrahamism is a deception. Most religions are a deception, and even most spiritualities are a deception. Anything that tells you
that, but you
quote
the Bible and stuff is like points of your reference.
I study it, right? And I know you guys read it, so that's why I'm referencing it, right? I'm having a discussion with people who are Christian, I assume.
Right. So how break down your beliefs when you say that we are all gods, because you're not necessarily atheist, but the only other group I could think of that does that would be Satanists, because Satanists believe, right. I figured by the sign. I figured by the emblem on your thing.
Well, no, I'm not a Satanist. Satan is God, right? So, so the problem here is that's the natural reaction of a Christian, is to think that this doctrine is Luciferic, which they would in turn say is synonymous with Satanism. Both of these things are misnomers.
Yeah, what because Satanism don't actually believe in a physical. They're more like an atheist version.
Well,
but you're actually.
There's 2 kinds.
Yeah, but you actually believe in Satan as a physical god, though, right? Or am I wrong?
I would say that Jesus is Satan, God is Satan, Brahma is Satan. All of them are the same individual entity that we call different names. He's like the god of 1,000 masks or identities.
So is that symbol, that your emblem, is that Sumerian?
No, it's runic. It's a combination of runes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I figured as much.
So are you saying that runes are satanic?
Witchcraft, according to the Bible, and I know that you might not subscribe to that. And I mean, like I stated
I'm
before,
interested. Can you expound on that? Like, how runic symbols or runic letters are witchcraft? Can you expound on that?
Are they not used in incantations?
No. Incantations are for religious people. This isn't has nothing to do with religion. Incantations are appealing to spirits. Invocation, evocation, incantations. What most people are doing when they practice ceremonial magic, or what you're calling witchcraft, which is just a sect of ceremonial magic. These people are invoking or evocating spirits, and they appeal to them to do things for them. We call this black magic. Yeah, this is nothing.
Technically, a type of witchcraft or sorcery would be to impose your own will, so to speak, like how people will stuff into existence or etc. Yeah. I don't,
just like God, right? So God willed you into existence from nothing. That's the claim. I'm saying that's an absolute aberration. So anybody who tries to force their will onto you with their will is violating a very sacred law. And this law is the only law that exists in eternity, which is you cannot impede on the will of other entities, other individual beings. That's the only law. that prevents all
Well,
evil. If you
well,
don't impede on the freedom or liberation of some other individual, there cannot be any law broken. That's the only law necessary.
What is
well, I
your
don't.
idea
Sorry.
of creation?
There's no such thing. So creation, you cannot create or destroy anything. There's only existence, right? There's two options. There's no middle ground. There's either existence or non-existence.
Okay, how do you feel that you came into existence?
Never came into existence. I'm an eternal being, just like you are. Everyone on this panel has there's no beginning or end to you. The problem is that your spirit is attached to a body that exists in becoming. You think that you're your body. Well, not. Let me slow down. Most
So,
people identify the reality with the body. They anthropomorphize everything. So you think because you're born into the world that there's this such thing as creation, but really you cannot create anything and you can't destroy anything. The only thing that you can do is change things or transform them into different substances, like
so,
different states, right? Like making a solid a liquid or a liquid a gas. That's the only thing you can do. You can't destroy anything or create it.
Technically,
so do you have
technically,
a soul?
Say that again.
Do you have a soul?
Yes, you have a body, a soul, and a spirit. The
Okay,
soul and the body are temporal and they're illusions, but and most religions want you to identify with your soul. So there's like layers to the deception. The normie, the absolute lowest level of awareness would be, I am my body, right? A materialist, an atheist, these people think that they're their body and that's it. The next level, right, is that no, you're not your body, you're your soul, right? And this is where the journey ends for most people. This is like the 95% of people who think they're spiritual or religious, quote unquote. They'll stop there. They'll say, I'm a soul and I was created and this is the real me. This is the thing that will live eternally. Specifically, the word they use is immortal, right? That, like in the Bible, it says this flesh will this corporeality will put on incorporeality, the flesh will put on immortality, things like that. It's immortal is the idea that's associated with the soul. I'm saying both of those things are created. What people believe as created, they think that those are things that come out of nothing. Like if you study theology, and I'll stop here to not dredge on, but like St. Thomas Aquinas, if you read Genesis, you'll notice that there's two creations of man. One says in day 6 that God created man, male, female, created he them, and then after day 7, after the day of rest, God says, I'm going to make it rain, I'm going to pick up some mud, I'm going to breathe life into this man, I'm going to call it Adam. So there's two different stages here. One is a body made out of clay or mud, and then the other is the soul of man. Both of these are made by the God that people think is a good God, but really he's both. He's good and bad. He's the reason for all suffering in the material cosmos. He plasmates all the forms in the material cosmos.
I disagree.
Yeah, of course. No, I understand.
That our choices are, look at what's in our foods, the air, the water, everything that we exist on. So I think that our choices and the way we live life determines that.
Yeah, so like I said, there are problems with that, right? Like, and I mentioned them earlier, right? So God is omniscient, he's omnipotent, and he's omnibenevolent. Like I said, if you want to run through it, we can. It takes about 5 to 10 minutes to actually run through the gambit on this.
I got to go here in a minute, but
Yeah.
I do want to say that I semi agree with you on what you said. because in the Bible it says that God created good and evil. So he
Yeah.
does allow the suffering to happen, because if he didn't want it to happen, it just wouldn't happen. It would have never been a thing at all.
Yeah, that's the
But
problem. So it sucks that you have to leave, right? Because it's a part of this gambit that you run it through. If you want to study it in your own time, whenever, tomorrow or whatever, just look up something called the Epicurean paradox. This will explain the problem with the perfect God that most people in religions, what they perceive as God. This is what they're trying to say. They're trying to define it as all perfect. And there's a problem because in the material cosmos, if you believe evil is a substance, if you believe it actually exists, then God cannot be perfect.
yes, he is, because this is the fact that a lot of people miss behind it. God created good and evil, which means that he himself is above good and evil. He's not within that confined. It's not really, it's something that offsprang from him. So that means he's obviously above that. And that's part of being omnipotent and all these things, because it says he's not a respecter of persons, indiscriminate. So
Well, then that cancels out omnibenevolence.
how would it cancel out omnibenevolence?
Yeah, so omnibenevolence means all good. So if you're saying that evil comes from God, then he's not all good, right?
Yes, because everything he does works for a good purpose. For people that don't accept God, obviously, it isn't a good
So
purpose for them
maybe
necessarily.
I don't mean to cut you off, but maybe you don't understand the word I just said. So omnibenevolence means all good. Do you understand that?
You have to have bad to have good.
You don't,
That's
though.
that's
You
what you're.
don't.
Yes, you
So that
do.
means
Yes.
that God is. So listen. This is the gambit, right? I'm not trying to cut you off, but this is
No, I
something that's
understand.
been settled for almost 2,000 years now, right? The people who took this position were literally executed and genocided by the Catholic Church through the Crusades. Okay, so what I'm saying is if you claim that there has to be evil and good, then that means that God is not omnipotent. You cannot have all the omnis together if evil exists. That's the whole point of the Epicurean paradox. If I'm moving too fast, let me slow down. What I
No, you're
mean
not
is,
moving. You're not moving too fast. You're explaining it through a philosophical lens, which is not
well,
something that I subscribe to. But I do got to go quickly, so I'm
so
gonna
is
finish
God
up
all
real quick.
powerful? Let me just ask you this question. Is God all
Yes,
powerful?
yes, yes. Of course he
Okay,
is.
so can he create a universe that has no evil in it and free will?
Yes, of course he would if he could,
Yeah,
if he wanted to.
of
But
course.
that's not how it is, because we have
So
to
he's evil.
choose.
So
No,
he's partially
evil,
evil, right?
evil. No, he's not evil. You're missing it. He created evil. Evil and good are concepts for, I guess what you would call mortal existence. A soul or a spirit inside of a mortal body, because you have knowledge of good and evil. So you have to differentiate between the two, and you have to choose what you agree with.
So you
So
see suffering, right? You see like starvation, child rape, animals going through torture, things like that, right? Like that's all necessary for the greater good.
everything that God does is for the greater good somewhere along the line, yes. Whether we understand it or not. Let me explain it like this. When you go to the gym and you're trying to build muscle mass, you have to pick up weights that are heavy, that your body does not like to lift repetitively, and you start to fatigue and give out. But through that pain, pushing through it is how you
Yeah.
actually gain the muscle
No,
mass.
I still don't think you understand it. So what's going on here is that let me slow down even further, right? Let's back up. There is something in religion called eschatology. Are you familiar with this?
No, sir.
Eschatology is the study of end times. Okay? There is a plan. In Greek they call this teleology. The telos. There's a design and there's a plan that is unfolding within time. by the transcendent God that creates, right? Are you familiar with this concept that there's a limited amount of time? For instance, in Christianity, there's the second coming of Jesus Christ. Then there's,
Yes,
there's
all of
judgment.
yeah, everything is already laid out before its foundation.
You got it. You got it. Exactly. So if there's an
Right.
eschatology, right? God he's omniscient. He already knows everything. He knows exactly what you're going to do. This is why Jesus refers to the book of life with the names recorded in the book of life. They're already written. Your
Well,
fate is sealed.
it's also why Jesus said, a lot of people miss this. He said, "Think not that you chose me, but rather I chose you." And he
Yes,
also said, "All those that come to me, the Father had handed to me, and I will in no wise lose, but I will raise up in that last day."
exactly. Exactly. Okay, so listen, if he's omniscient, he knows everything, and there's an eschatology where in the end, right, how they describe the Christian eschatology ends where Jesus eradicates the universe of evil, and there's an everlasting eternal peace on a new Jerusalem, which is a new heaven and new earth that's established. Why not start there? Right?
Because it's a process, because we ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Wait,
Now we're responsible for choosing between good and evil.
what about omnipotence though? He's all powerful.
Um,
Why not start there? Why do is it a
he has to
test?
do that. No, he has to do that for the exact reason that the God you claim in is God, he rebelled, and he was a entity that actually was in contact with God and experienced God in his fullness. And Lucifer, which by what I'm gathering would be that 1,000 points of light, or the light bearer. He
Who
fell
is
from,
Lucifer? Who is Lucifer in the Bible?
the son of the morning star.
How? No, he is the morning star. So how many times is Lucifer in the Bible? How many times does it occur?
I'm not sure how many times the actual word occurs, and actually I
One
think there's
time.
an older name. It's Samael,
One
I believe.
time. It comes up one time in the Latin Vulgate of Justinian. Right? It's in Isaiah. And the word in Hebrew is Hillel, and it's referring to the king of Babel. Are you
Well,
familiar with this?
if I'm not mistaken, no, and that one
He
I don't
says,
think
"How
it's Lucifer specifically. I
how
think it
art
was more
thou
of
fallen, son of the morning?" Right? When
yeah.
Jesus says, he literally says he's of the lineage of he's a descendant of David, right? And he is the bright and morning star. So which one is the morning star? Is it Jesus or is it Lucifer in Isaiah?
Son of the morning star.
There's no son of the morning star. He is the morning star.
I don't know about all that. I know your belief in everything.
Well, no,
And I don't
I'm reading the
necessarily.
Bible.
I know what you're doing, but what I'm saying is that for me, when I read the Bible, you're supposed to divide it rightly. And by that, I'll give you an example. When they were asking Jesus about divorce, and they were going through all the stuff about the resurrection, all the stuff, Jesus explained to them that a man is supposed to get with a woman and they become one flesh, and that basically, from the beginning it was so, but because of the hardness of your hearts, Moses suffered that to you. So that means that when you read the Old Testament and you see stuff that don't exactly line up, you have to realize that sometimes these people would suffer the wrong things for people because, the hardest of hearts or whatever. Um, So you got to realize that, because nobody's actually
Well,
perfect. The only things that are legitimate are when it says, "Thus saith the Lord," the word of the Lord, what Jesus said. But anything else, you have to actually see if it lines up with what God directly said versus what these people might have personally thought to a degree.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a Revelation, right? What I'm saying here is is that I don't have to realize this. That's the problem, is that you've already agreed that evil is necessary. I'm saying it's not, right? We can boil this down to two positions. You think evil and suffering is actually a good thing because God is doing it for this divine purpose. I'm saying it's not. It's abhorrent. And if God is actually perfect, and he already has an end goal planned and a design, an eschatology that ends in an all no evil in existence eternally. Why not start there, right? There's problems with that.
I
There's
think
only a couple answers to rebut that, and that's in the Epicurean paradox. One response would be he's testing you, that there's a test. He knows what you're going to decide, right? But he wants you to go through it. He wants you to go through the school of life. But 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 why, right? If he's
to refine
omnipotent.
you. No, it's for your purpose to refine you because you're because when you're an entity that is compartmentalized and you have flesh and spirit and all these things, your flesh and spirit war against each other. And in order for your spirit to overcome sometimes, your flesh has to be stricken to a degree
Yeah,
because without anything to stricken us, our desires would grow exponentially.
why
You think
so
about pride alone. Just think about
but
pride
there's
alone.
this problem. You're like going into the flesh and material. This is what I mentioned earlier about first principles. You're skipping ahead and you're going to this human condition that isn't necessary, right? Why is God, if he knows everything and is all powerful, why is he putting you in a flesh when you're destined to be in an immaterial body for eternity? Why not start there? He already knows who's gonna. You get what I'm saying? Do you not
Yes, I
understand?
do. But
Like he
I do
already
understand,
knows.
but you're missing the fact that Satan, or if you want to call him that, fell. And that's the whole point, because if he makes a kingdom that is everlasting, he's not going to suffer for another fall. And he designed that fall so that way we would be strengthened through our weaknesses, through our downfalls. Because when you think about just learning something alone, you don't just jump into something and you're automatically great at it, or you automatically know everything. If you want to become a good tennis
But
player, you got to fail a couple
the
times.
I
If you want to
but
skateboard, you got to break some bones, and then you
it's like
eventually.
I don't. Do you know what omnipotent means? Do you know what all powerful means?
Yes, I understand all that, but you're
Yeah.
but you're putting him down in the box
No, I'm not.
because
I'm saying he's
yes,
not in
because
a
he's above.
box, right?
He's above good and evil.
If he's
He's above
not in a
that
box, no. I'm actually saying the opposite. He's not in a box. He's all powerful. He has no limit to his power, right? So why is he making an imperfect being out of nothing, right? To go through suffering to refine itself. Why not just instill right there off the bat? You're all powerful. Why not just instill all good in the individuals that you already know are going to make certain decisions, right?
because God does not want robots. He wants people that choose him, and the only way to choose him is to be in this condition. Because otherwise, you would just be pre-programmed to a
Does
degree what you
So he's
are,
not
but you're
omniscient.
unaware of it.
So there's a
No,
problem
he
there,
is.
right? If he wants you to choose, right, that means that he doesn't know what you're going to choose.
No, he
Wasn't
does. That's what I was going to
So
say.
that's a
It's more
robot.
along the lines.
If
It's
he
more
knows
along the
what you're
lines
going
of.
to choose, that's a robot.
wasn't the
It's not a robot.
punishment for Eve eating the fruit, the suffering?
No, I'm saying the Bible is a deception, right? We're relying on sola scriptura to try to make sense of metaphysical things that are very, very deep and subtle. And that's the problem. We are relying on the feelings that were given through scripture, quote unquote, which we think is directly from God, our creator. I'm saying that that is one of the highest levels of deception that can possibly be perpetrated on a human being.
I do got to go because it's fairly late here. But I do want to say that I wish you well and I hope you have a great night. And everyone
Of
else here.
course. Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Thank you.
but,
And you too.
maybe maybe one day we'll speak again, Lord willing. I know you wouldn't agree with that, but that's my, if we'll speak again, that'd be good. But if not, it was nice to meet you.
Yeah, it was nice to meet
But
you too. And yeah, no, it's not us not speaking, right? I don't want that. It's not. Yeah, no, I don't. I don't envision us not speaking. I wouldn't. I'm not against that, right?
right.
Yeah.
Well, I hope y'all have a good night. And I'm gonna get off of here.
Take care, Michael.
I'll be back on another episode, Lord willing.
Definitely.
Are you from what? So hostile. How about them Cowboys?
Yeah, not really into football or whatever that is, right? I think that's a figure of speech, right?
Yes, and
Yeah.
you're correct. Football.
Yeah, yeah. No, things are good, right? So this position, when you hear it from the outside as a Christian, this seems repulsive and it seems immoral and atheist and dark and satanic, but it's not. It's actually the antithesis of all of those things.
And
It's actually, yeah, it's actually the most moral position. It's the most liberating position that there is. And it's based off first principles, which totally dispels religious programming.
which I've been hearing a lot of the past 6 years.
That there's religious programming, or
Yes.
yeah, it is a recent phenomenon. Most people in the past who spoke this way were killed by Christians. You were literally just burnt alive, or just gutted, or beheaded. So
Wow.
we live in a place now to where we can actually speak on them in a very unique place, right? Like a specific geographical location. You can't talk like this everywhere in the world. If I was in the Middle East, I'd be dead. I'd probably been dead, a decade ago. But
Right.
luckily, we live in a place to where we can have these discussions, and we can run our ideas through the gambit. We can put them through the grinder and see if they hold up.
Yes. This is true.
Yeah. Yeah, Vicky Sorrell says, hostile, where do you go when you die? Right? So this is a nuanced question. It's very complicated, and I'll try to make it simple. So most human beings think that their reality exists inside of becoming, right? Let me lay this out. Let me break this down. The entirety of existence is a dualistic world. It's a dualistic cosmology, okay? You have spirit and matter. Matter has always existed. The spirit has always existed. You are a spirit, right? But when the spirit, mostly, this is a mystery, but we claim that it's mostly out of curiosity, like a longing for a counterpart, or longing for camaraderie and fellowship with other spirits. The spirit will revert itself. It will invert itself. And when it does this, it's quote unquote leaving the origin. It's leaving the place of the spirit, and it's gazing towards matter. When this happens, the spirit intermingles with matter. It's like oil and water. They don't actually mix and blend together, but the spirit becomes enclosed in matter. It gets encased or enchained inside of matter. And when the spirit is inside of matter, it's going through change. It's temporal. It experiences space and time. So this is what I mean by becoming. It's in a state of becoming constantly. Your spirit is being. That's different than becoming. Being is eternal, right? So when you die, if you don't identify with being and eternal existence, most people get stuck inside of becoming. So there's this I totally believe in reincarnation. You keep coming back to earth and you suffer from a sort of amnesia. over and over and over again. And the world, the way that it's designed to keep you trapped in the world because you identify it as reality. When you grow up, you're told that this is reality. You're told what hot and cold is, what your ABCs are, what numbers are, what colors are. You think that, right? So you're always going to be drawn towards the world, especially people who cling towards the world. So they get drawn back there. Now there's another thing that can happen. This is the soul level. What I just mentioned is the body level.
Mm-hmm.
Now the soul, the individual can wake up to the idea that, no, actually, I'm not my body. I don't belong to the world. I'm my soul. So some beings actually ascend the great chain of being, right? So this is the choirs. And in the Bible, they call it the 9 choirs. You have angels, archangels, archangeloi, powers, virtues, dominions, kings, thrones, cherubim, ophanim, seraphim. There are these distinct species that exist beyond the sublunary realm. That means like beyond, when you look up with your human eyeballs into space, right? What we call space, when you're looking at stars and stuff, beyond that, there's like the firmament. Well, in between that, there are these planes of existence that the Christians, the theologians, put these beings, they categorize them, and they called it the great chain of being, or the 9 choirs. The human being's soul can actually ascend to being angelic, and it will serve God. It will, the pure soul wants to align with the will of God, the Creator. And the more that it comes into alignment with the will of God, the closer it gets to God until the end time. The end time, it's done. When the eschatology is fulfilled, all souls are made pure and there's no evil in eternity. And there's a new heaven and new earth. That's the Christian view of eschatology. But before then, when you die, you can actually ascend this ladder, this great chain of being, and you can basically snuggle up next to the one, what we call God, the Father, or Logos, the Son. If you're a Trinitarian, it's all 3, right? But if you're a Unitarian, it's just God, the Father. Then there's the third option. This is what I'm saying is the actual truth. This is the only way that you can achieve liberated eternal existence. Any other option, you are going to become an automaton or a robot forever, right? We call this phagocytosis. You can look that word up on your own time when you run this back. The third option is that the individual says, I'm not my body. And he also says, I'm not my soul. I'm actually an individual spirit that's always existed. This person, if he can actually understand that, not just believe it, but know that that's true, he will deprogram himself from the material cosmos completely. He won't come back to the material cosmos. He'll leave it and return to the spirit, to the realm of the spirit. We call it the origin. And there are multiple beings that exist in this realm. In this worldview, God is not a person. God is a place. You can just throw the word God out. Throw God and gods. We're not gods. We're not. There's not a God, like a specific being that created you. We're all uncreated spirits that come from this wellspring of spiritual substance, and you can just call it the origin. If you make it there, that's the end goal. That's actually called reorientation. You've made it back to being reoriented. That's the best way I can explain it. Of course, it's more nuanced, but that's the short version. I could speak about this for literally 10 hours straight.
And so someone I was very close to believed in reincarnation and that we are sent back to live a life to try to attain the knowledge and exactly what you're saying, kind of the purity that is needed to be in the presence of God or the creator.
Yeah, that's Rosicrucianism 101. Basically, that you're coming back to Earth over and over again to refine yourself. They basically say that through your experiences, right? You're a composite being. They go even further. They won't say that the body is just the body, or that the soul is just the soul. They will break those up into subcategories. It's usually like 7 layers or 9 layers to the body. But I'll give you 4 general ones. They'll say most Rosicrucians will agree on this, and this comes from anthroposophy, Rudolf Steiner. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He was a Christian mystic. There's the physical body, there's the ether body, the astral body, and then the I, like the letter I. That's the individual you. And the reason we say the word I is because I can't say that for you. I can never say I am Bonnie. That's a lie, right? Only you can say that. So that's like the individual aspect of you. This being, when it's birthed, it starts to develop the body. When it turns 7, it starts to develop the ether body. It starts to fashion and grow in size, right? There's this negentropy that's happening. The organs start to feed themselves and grow, and you become more healthy. There's like this obvious arc. That's why they say when you're like 40, they'll say, "Oh, I'm over the hill," or whatever. I've went up, and now I'm starting to decline in growth, right? Well, 7 years is the ether body. 14 years is the astral body, which is like puberty or desires. This is when they separate the soul into multiple parts. They'll say like the higher mind and the lower mind. Long story short is when you die, it does the reverse of this growth process. And what happens is the astral body starts to break down and decay, and you'll develop in yourself. What happens is you'll go through a panorama of your life when you die. Most people, when they have a near-death experience, or they'll say, well, I saw my life flash before my eyes. That's the most common trope associated with near-death experience. What that is the past life panorama. The I, right? The spirit, the monad that's inside of you. It's reviewing the memories of your life. And because you don't have a body, there's no vice. You don't analyze or interpret those experiences through vice. You only see them through virtue. So you'll say like, "Oh man, I did this and I feel so bad because I mistreated that person. And oh, I was so bad to myself because I had all these habits." And we call this right feeling. You're instilling within yourself right feeling. And then the ether body breaks down, and then you start to analyze those feelings, and you start to fashion for yourself the conception of a right action, how to correctly behave or how to act correctly, right? Then you go back to the I, and then you go back down through the arc into the world where you're realigning your desires, you're realigning your feelings. And what happens is you choose your birth, right? This is what I'm explaining to you right now is Rosicrucianism. I don't necessarily agree with it, right? But I went through it. I understand the doctrine. The being, the individual will choose a mother and father. And the way it chooses it isn't like a conscious choice. It's not like sitting there picking because of the way something looks or the way it smells, right? No, it's more of like a plasmatic or like an electromagnetic phenomena. The best law for this, in Rosicrucianism, they say like attracts alike. They call this the law of assimilation. It's where you want to go, you want to be in an environment that will give you all the necessary experience to further progress or refine yourself. So a crude example of this would be like, let's take a bad case scenario. You have a drug addict, somebody who never got over drugs. They're a heroin addict. They die. They went through a couple things. They understood that, they robbed somebody and got beat up, and they're like, well, that I shouldn't have done that. So next time when I come back, I shouldn't act that way. But man, I need that drug, right? So when they're coming back through that downward arc, descending into the world, their inner being wants the drug, so it will find an environment, whether that's actual drug addict parents or parents that are in near proximity to drugs, like in a neighborhood where there's drug dealers or whatever, and they will live there for 10 years. They got a mortgage that lasts 30 years. This individual sees that as a prime opportunity to go back to the drugs, so the mother and father in that area will have a baby and it grows up to be a drug addict. And they won't understand that this is a mysterious thing that's esoteric. So they'll think it's something like, they'll chalk it up to, oh, but we tried our best to raise him, right? We did everything we could to raise him good. We were ethical parents, right? But they don't understand that child is an individual. It's not about nurture. It's about nature in the Rosicrucian viewpoint. So when you die, this is a thing. Like you go back through it. You choose where. They basically, in short, say that an individual is the person that puts one foot in front of the other. You ultimately are responsible for everything that happens to you.
Isn't that what I said?
Yeah, I don't agree with it. I'm saying that that's what Rosicrucians believe. It's like a Christian mysticism. It's like a far out esoteric Christianity. Catholics absolutely do not agree with this. People in the past who were caught, believing these sorts of things died. They were literally beheaded or gutted or burnt alive. They don't believe in reincarnation. They believe in a holding place. You die and then you're dead. You don't come back to life until the second coming, until you're raised from the dead.
Right. I've heard that it's like a limbo.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're put in a holding place or what the reason is for that, but I've heard it.
Yeah, it's silly. Like I said, if you just go back to first principles and you understand that creation isn't a thing, you can circumvent all this. It's like cutting through falsity and illusion with a hot blade. You don't even need to entertain any of these ideas. You can throw them all in the trash. They're worthless. They're trash. It doesn't matter if it's Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism, Theosophy, Anthroposophy, Martinism. It doesn't matter. Take your pick of any esoteric tradition that you can find. It's just like all the mundane religions, or Buddhism, or Hinduism, or Vedic theology, or Vedic philosophy. I mean, all of them are wrong, in my opinion. I think the truth is very narrow, and only an elite group of spirits will understand this. Only a minority will make it to eternity. This is kind of alluded to in the Bible. It's funny because if you look at reality as like a grand deception, it makes sense that in order to fool people who have spirit, you would need to use an element of the truth. You can't just like go full blown willy nilly lying. You got to embed within the lie kernels of truth so that they resonate with it just enough to where they're hooked to it. They go, well, man, some of it makes sense, but all that other stuff, like 70% of the doctrine that's absolutely unagreeable. Okay, I'll just make I'll make sense of it. I'll justify it for some reason or another. Kind of like earlier, the discussion with the other gentleman. Most Christians will say, well, no, evil is good. That violates the law of non-contradiction and the law of identity. Evil cannot be good. That's a problem, right? So I'm advocating for an existence where evil actually doesn't exist. Throw that out. Evil is bad. We don't need that.
I agree.
Immorality is bad. Being unethical is bad. Being a Satanist is bad. Being a Christian who wants to behead others for their beliefs, right, is bad.
Yes.
Yeah. All these things are bad. The world in the material cosmos is full of bad and evil, but it also has good, right? And that's a big part of the deception is that we justify the evil because of the good. We find beauty in nature. And we say, well, I can't let go of that beauty that I'm experiencing within nature. So evil must be good. It must be necessary. Evil, I mean, it has to be necessary. I'm saying it doesn't. I'm saying it's a deception and it's a trick.
Interesting.
It is very interesting. Yeah, it took me. I was a hardcore Christian mystic. Like I said, I was a very dedicated Rosicrucian, Jesus freak. I wanted to absolutely know God. I wanted to get as close as possible to God as I could. And what happened is through studying theology at a intensely on a serious level, the closer you try to get, the more convoluted the narrative becomes, the more confusing it becomes until you find first principles. Like I said, the idea of creation not being a thing, that's probably the bottom of the rabbit hole for religion. And if you get there, it's like a fork in the road. There's only two options. This is why theologians believe in ex creatio ex nihilo, because there's only two options. Either you've always existed or you were made out of nothing. And the reason that they pick that you were made out of nothing is because you cannot be equal with a creator or God, right? In their mind, you have to be lower than something. You have to be fashioned by something. This is because they believe that becoming is reality. They look at a baby being born and they use that as an analogy. This is why they call God a man. This is why they say Jesus is the Son of God, right? These are anthropomorphic ideas and words that come from the world of becoming. Becoming is an illusion. It only lasts for so long, right? Things in becoming decay over time. In physics, we call this entropy. A human being in a body only lives for 70 to 100 years. Do you really think that your reality is 70 to 100 years? No. No Christian believes that.
No.
But at the same time, they'll say, this is my reality. It's crazy. It's wild.
Did you see Vicky's question?
The most recent one? Did you go to college and study your beliefs?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm an autodidact. I went to college, right? Like community college, for marketing. I thought I understood my career path, but I didn't. I ended up dropping out of community college. And what happened is I had a child. Having a child made me understand that I need to get my life isn't mine anymore. It's my child's life. My life is dedicated to my child. So when I had that realization, I realized that I knew nothing. I was like, I don't know anything, and that's scary. How am I supposed to prepare a child for the world if I know nothing, right? So I picked up, trades. I understood how to actually get a good job and applied for, a well-paying job, applying to a certain workforce. I started to understand that the spirit was real, that God was a reality, that's absolutely a thing, that the world isn't just material. I was never a materialist. So I wanted to study the spirit more than the body, because I knew that the body was temporal. It was impermanent. I know that my daughter will eventually die one day. Hopefully that's in old age and peacefully, right? But I wanted to equip her with the knowledge, with the wisdom, more importantly, the wisdom right? Not just the knowledge, not just the science, but the deeper, the intuitive, the esoteric. I needed to know what that was. So I studied it heavily for almost 2 decades, 24/7, 365, right? Almost ruining my marriage because I'm so obsessed with wisdom and truth. But it's that wisdom and truth that's kept my marriage intact, right? It saved me in a way because my wife understood my earnesty, that, at times I seem distant, but in the end it's for, something better. It contributes to the family unit, that in the end that there's a trajectory, we're moving forward for the better. So yeah, it's hard. The path was hard. Now I'm a little more chill. I've come to an understanding now to where it's like the bottom of the rabbit hole. My worldview has been shattered maybe, I don't know, 20, 30 times. You think you understand reality, and then you come across a new viewpoint. And if you're humble enough, you'll accept that you're wrong. And then you keep doing that over and over and over. And then you refine yourself more and more, and it gets harder to come across viewpoints, right? You read all the literature, you run out of ideas, you have to start thinking on your own. So you start to introspect and meditate on what reality is, and you get even better. This is how the prophets come up with the scripture. They look at their life experience and they introspect and meditate, and they think they know what God is, and then they try their best to relay that to somebody. That's how we come up with religions, right? But then there's the pinnacle where somebody says none of that applies. Like what I'm offering right now, right? What I'm propounding right now is that you are an eternal spirit. You've always been eternal. Just quit identifying with temporality. It's that simple. All of it's an illusion. You're eternal. And in the eternal place, right? Let's give it a general name. Let's call it the origin. There are spirits there. You have a family. You have an eternal family that has no beginning or end. They've always existed. It's hard for people to wrap their mind around, but once you realize that there's no such thing as nothing, eternity isn't a hard thing to understand. You cannot get something from nothing. Do you understand what I mean by that, Bonnie?
Yes.
If you
So,
have nothing to begin with, you're not getting something from it. So if we exist, then there's always been something. There's no such thing as nothing. You cannot get the things that are existing from nothing. So eternity is an absolute fact. It's one of the only facts that you don't need science to prove. It's a very straightforward claim that needs no proof. It stands on its own.
okay, I think I saved it. My computer was dying. Well, it's been really interesting talking to you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't mean to come off as abrasive either, right? A bit of this is passion. I care about the truth, and I care about the liberation of individuals. I care about the liberation of spirits. So
That's
when people express their views on panels like this is just like a side hobby, right? Like I'll spend some time late at night after doing some paperwork or whatever, and I'll dip on here and I'll try to find philosophical or theological discussions. And what I do is I try to approach it Socratically. I try to ask questions that will induce somebody to realize errors in their thinking. And I hope people can do that to me. Like I said, 20, 30 times my worldview has been broken. And it's because I hear a viewpoint that actually ruins my worldview. It makes it incoherent. And I go, wow, okay, I made a big mistake. I got to reassess. That's all I'm doing. I'm just basically holding a mirror. I'm using language to as a mirror, right? To hold it up to somebody so that they can see their own worldview. So I appreciate your participation for sure. and Watt Life for allowing me on the panel. For sure, he didn't have to. So
Right.
Oh, no, definitely. I always appreciate new character unlocks, new conversations, whatever it may be about, just the simple fact of having the conversation, whatever the topic it is, I think most people could appreciate that if nothing else.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Just realized I think I left my grandma at bingo night. Hope she's all right. Oh well, things happen. These things happen. Now, for the most part, we may get into different topics. Of course, different topics trigger different things. People have different opinions, different views, but it's just a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Nothing ever too specific. Um, I try to give most people a chance. A voice, a place, whatever it may be.
I think we spend our whole life looking for answers to a lot of things.
Yeah, it's like a part of the human condition. If you're a proper human, I mean that loosely. I'm joking, right? Like most human beings question things, and it's healthy to question things. And there are some who, aren't satisfied with certain answers, and they ask better questions, and they do that over and over and over again. I think it's enjoyable. It's something that's fun to me, at least. My whole journey was a pleasure. It wasn't something that was like painstaking. I actually enjoyed the research. I like the answers. I like wading through it.
No doubt. Sometimes it's not always about the journey, the destination. It's just as important.
Yeah.
Bruce.
Yeah. Bruh says at Hostel, ask Jesus to prove himself to you and he will. Yeah, that's the problem, right? So it's one of the problems. So I also was a part of magical orders like the Golden Dawn, and I practice ceremonial magic. I still do, but just it's in a nuanced way that's separate from a conventional ceremonial magic. I did that for almost a decade, the conventional path, which is like Solomonic. Um, the problem here is that there are beings out there that react to names, specifically Jesus. In Hebrew, it's Yod He, it's Yod He Shin Vav He, right? It's the pentagrammaton is what's used in these operations, and you're appealing to spirits outside of yourself, and you're opening yourself up to deception, because these spirits will respond. The more you get into ceremonial magic, like on a serious level, like taking it seriously, like school, academically, you go through these. It's an actual practice. There's a theory behind it, but you have to practice it over and over and over. And what will happen is you'll have these experiences. You'll have astral experiences, out of body experiences, where you're in different places, like different planes of existence. What I was mentioning earlier about the 9 choirs or the great chain of being, and Jesus is one of these beings, just like God is a being, the Father, just like the brother earlier who was talking was mentioning Samael. These are all, there are angels, right, within the Kabbalistic tree. Michael, Gabriel, Uriel. Usually these represent the 4 cardinal directions of the ceremonial magical circle. These are all spirits outside of you that you're appealing to. That's why they call it evocation. And that's the same thing. It's what when you pray to another being, that's what's happening. You're you're putting your future in the hands of some entity that's outside of you. And sometimes things don't always go the way you want it to, right? This is why some apologists will say, well, brother, sister, you prayed for something and you wanted something so dearly, but you got the opposite. Well, that was good anyway, right? Your prayer was answered, but in the way that it needed to be. You needed it. You there was something that you needed, not wanted, right? There's like a Garth Brooks song about this, about like praying and like getting what you actually need and not what you necessarily want. Yeah, you can circumvent all that, right? Like appealing to these outside. I know. Let me back up, right? I understand the importance of the name Jesus within Christianity. It's a very touchy subject. When you say certain names and you say certain things about these names, like I said, it can cause a feeling of repulsion or disgust or absolute outright hostility. Like some people would literally want to destroy me or burn me alive because I'm saying that Jesus is actually a deceitful entity. Just like Yod-He Vav-He is a deceitful entity. They're all synonymous beings. Whenever you're thinking of Jesus in your mind, what you're thinking of is the utmost highest God, the Logos, the Trinity, right? Well, there's some guy in India who has a conception of the highest God, but he calls him Brahma. It doesn't matter what name you're using. It's what entity that you're actually focusing on. And what you're really thinking about is the Most High. The Most High has thousands and thousands of names. I'm saying all of those names, as long as you're thinking about the Most High, quote unquote, I'm not saying he's the Most High, that's what they call him, quote unquote, as long as you're thinking about the Most High, it's wrong, it's bad. That's the entity that's responsible for suffering in the material cosmos. He's plasmating the material cosmos. When I say that, what I'm saying is that there's this being in the material universe who's using his mind, for a lack of better word, he's using his will to shape and mold and form out of that matter. You can look at the matter as like putty, or in the Bible they say waters. He's taking the waters and he's making all these forms. He's making all the atoms, all the chemicals, all the minerals, all the flora, the fauna. He's making all that, all the elements, solid, liquid, gas, heat, plasmic, the whole electromagnetic spectrum. He's doing that. He's making all these shapes and distinctions and forms. That thing is allowing suffering to exist within that cosmos. He's good and bad. So, yeah, if you appeal to that Most High, that's who you're appealing to. And I'm not trying to convert you. I'm just giving you a different viewpoint, right? Like, you don't have to listen to what I'm saying. That's not the point. But just at least you've heard this different viewpoint, right? You are eternal. You don't need that. You don't need to depend on that entity. You need to go home. Go to the origin. You exist already eternally. Quit identifying with your body and your soul. You already exist. You're not created. It's the greatest deception ever played. It's wild how deep. It's the double layer deception that makes it so tricky. We stop at the body. We go, okay, material existence is the trick. It's the world, right? Satan is the god of this world, is what the Bible says. The prince of the powers of the air. We stop there, right? And then we go, well, once I get to the soul, I'm good. Yeah, that's the whole cosmos is material. That's the problem. We think that once you go beyond Earth's surface, that now all of a sudden it's spiritual or whatever. Yeah, that's the big deception. It's a big trick. you know how in the Bible it also alludes to it as he's the author of confusion, right? Authors write things. Religions are written. They're written down and passed on, right? Or sometimes they're orally transmitted, but most of these orally transmitted traditions got written down in books. Like I said, the majority of the world is religious. They say that there's, and I don't agree with this, but they say that there's about 8 billion people in the world, right? Just do the math. You have about 2 billion Catholics. You have about 3 billion Muslims. You have about 600,000 to 1 million Jews. Okay, we've already went past half of the world's population. So yeah, the religion is the mark. That's how I see it. People are going to cling to religion rather than truly seeking eternity and liberation. They're going to rely on something that's telling them what it is. That's why it's funny. It's so specific in John how Jesus says, you will not be able to tell the difference between me coming and the Antichrist coming because they will look exactly the same. Because they are the same. It's the same thing. Another example of this is in the Old Testament with Samuel and Chronicles, right? When God gets mad at David for the census, he's trying to count the population. Well, in Samuel, the Hebrew word for God is Yod He Vav He. But in Chronicles, the word for God is Hasatan, Satan. It's the same exact narrative, same exact story, same exact entity that's getting mad at David. But in one book, they say it's Satan. And then the other book, they say it's Jehovah or Yod He Vav He. Wild, man. It's crazy how it's like right there in our face, but we can't get past the idea that we're created. So we have to justify the meaning of the scriptures. We have to interpret them in such a way to where they make sense. When they don't make sense. not to keep harking on, but like I'll end it right here. There's a reason that there are a selection of books that comprise the canon, right? And the canon in history, the amount of books that comprise the canon have changed. You know, it was 70, it was 80, it was back down to 70 something. Now it's 66, right? And then you uncover the Nag Hammadi. Then you have the Dead Sea Scrolls and you have these gospels, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's going on? What's going on there? Like, why do Ethiopians use 80 books? Why does the Catholic canon only restrict itself to 66? It's because they're forcing narratives. They're forcing interpretations of biblical canon. That right there alone should tell you that there's a problem with sola scriptura. How can we have sola scriptura when we don't even know what the scripture is? We didn't know what it was until the Gutenberg press. That's around 1500, right? So you're telling me that we went 1400 years, and then finally the public is allowed to read the Bible, and that's the right book. We're just supposed to buy it. I'm calling fishy. I'm going to say that that's fishy.
Yeah. There seemed to have been a gap in the time.
Very much so. And you know what's funny is after the Gutenberg press, what happened? When people got the Bible, what happened?
They were banned.
The church split.
Mm.
That Protestantism began. That Martin Luther said, wait a second. We all have the book now. Catholics are wrong. They were lying the whole time. They're a priesthood. They're businessmen. They're merchants, right? They deal in politics and in economy. So, you know, Luther had to reform the church. That's why we have Protestantism. And that only happened after we could read it ourselves. So it's crazy. So you can look at Protestantism as like a violent reaction to 1500 years of being in the dark. I'm not saying Protestantism is right, but I'm just saying that they disagree. There are hundreds of denominations within Christianity. None of those denominations agree. That's why they have to create their own denomination, because there's some point of contention that they don't agree on, whether that's sola scriptura or faith and works, or baptism in fire and water, or baptism in fire alone, what do they call it? Pentecost,
Yeah.
or baptism in water alone, Baptist church. So like, there's so many Methodists which adhere to almost an orthodoxy, but they're not orthodox. It's so convoluted. Yeah, I would say Christianity is more close to the truth, though. If I had to be fully transparent, I would say Christianity, if you take it far enough, you'll get here. It gives you all the framework to get to this point. If you can just look through all the like tampering that was done with the message, like it was it's like the game telephone. The game telephone was played for 1,500 years. If you can try to figure out what that original, saying was before it went through the game of telephone, then you get there. Then you start to realize, oh, wait a second. Jesus is actually saying that he is not of this world. He means in the past, they didn't understand science like we do today. When we say the world today, we mean Earth. And then we separate all these planets and stars and stuff. Back then, the world meant the cosmos. So this includes space. When Jesus says, I am not of this world, he means I am not of the stars, the fixed stars. I'm not of the 7 planets. I am not of the sun, the moon, or Earth. Right? So he's saying he's antimatter. That's why when he looks to the Pharisees, he says, those of you who say you are the sons of God, right, but are not, you are actually the sons of your father, Satan, who is a liar and a murderer from the beginning. There are verses that contradict other verses, right? But it's there. It's ringing clear that the doctrine of eternity it's in there. When he says, my Father, who art thou in heaven, right? He says he has fashioned mansions. There are many mansions, right? And that the true eternity exists in one of these mansions, not on earth, right? So we have to distinguish, why would he say that if John says that the new Jerusalem will be established on earth, a new heaven and a new earth? There are so many contradictions in the Bible. It's tough. It's tough to wrap your mind around, for sure.
Yeah. I'm falling asleep.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. It's not nap time yet,
Yeah, there's a lot of good questions in the chat for sure. It's cool that you have an engaged chat. I've noticed some panels, like, people will show up to chats just to, like, I don't know, burn time or something. They'll talk amongst themselves like they don't listen to the show or whatever you call this, the panel or the show.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, you have an active panel that actually responds to the discussion. That's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
We've built relationships here that they're good people.
Yeah, you have a very pleasant demeanor, Bonnie. You're very level-headed, and I don't know, the tone of your voice is very soft, and yeah, it's just good. It's pleasurable.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, all good things must come to an end at some point,
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you guys for letting me on.
Any final thoughts, comments, concerns?
Have a good weekend.
Oh no,
It's
definitely that.
yeah, weekends here until another work week, right? So yeah, you guys have a good weekend. Thanks for letting me on. Panel, you're doing a good job at engaging. That's good. You're a good panel, guys. That's it, man. Have a good night, Bonnie.
You too. This is
You
nice
too.
meeting you. Yes, Brew. That is true.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. That's the beauty of the human experience. You know, whatever it may be, whatever the end result may be, whatever this is, we're happening now. You know, I appreciate. Uh, I definitely appreciate it. You know, I appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in at some point. You know, for those that may tune in the future, I definitely appreciate you more than you know. Appreciate the guests, the panel, the audience. You know, the entire interaction and the involvement. You know, even though we may not always agree on every topic, I hope that each one of us could simply appreciate the fact that we could come together and have a conversation about something, even if it may be nothing or if it may be something that, you know, opens our minds, maybe thinks a little bit more, maybe dig a little bit deeper. I hope that each and every one of you could appreciate that for nothing else, you know.
Absolutely.
When one voice stands tall, we all can stand tall, you know, for whatever that's worth. Uh, any
Yeah.
thoughts, comments, concerns?
I think that um, Hostile was, once he said what he was about, I think it's the same direction. He just may be taking a different path.
Could be. Could very well be, you know.
Yeah.
But I dropped the I dropped the link one more time. If anybody wants to come in the backstage, chat a little bit, who knows? But if not, we'll definitely see you again sometime, some hour, someday. Who knows? But until then, good night and God bless everybody.
Absolutely. Blessings to everyone. Good night, y'all.